Part 9 of Volume 3 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 3 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, translated by Bernadotte Perrin. Nicias, Part 1. I think that Nicias is a suitable parallel to Crassus, and the Sicilian to the Parthian disaster. I must therefore at once, and in all modesty, entreat my readers not to imagine for an instant that, in my narration of what Thucydides has inimitably set forth, surpassing even himself in pathos, vividness, and variety, I am so disposed as was Timaeus. He, confidently hoping to excel Thucydides in skill, and make Philistus seem altogether tedious and clumsy, pushes his history along through the conflicts and sea fights and harangues which those writers had already handled with the greatest success, showing himself in rivalry with them, not even so much as by Lydian car a footman slowly plodding, to use Pindar's comparison, nay rather, a perfect example of senile learning and youthful conceit, and in the words of Dophilus, obese, stuffed to the full with Sicilian grease. Indeed, he often lapses unawares into the manner of Xenarchus, as, for instance, when he says he thinks that it was a bad omen for the Athenians that Nicias, whose name was derived from victory, declined at first to head their expedition; also that, by the mutilation of the Hermae, heaven indicated to them in advance that by the hands of Thermocratus the son of Hermon they were to suffer most of the reverses during the war; and further, that it was fitting that Heracles should aid the Syracusans, for the sake of their goddess Cora, who delivered Cerberus into his hands, but should be angry with the Athenians, because they were trying to succour the Egestaeans, although they were descendants of the Trojans, whose city he had once destroyed because of the wrong done him by Laomedon their king. As for Timaeus, he may possibly have been moved to write thus in the exercise of the same critical taste which led him to correct the language of Philistus and abuse Plato and Aristotle; but as for me, I feel that jealous rivalry with other writers in matters of diction is altogether undignified and pedantic, and if it be practised toward what is beyond all imitation, utterly silly. At all events, those deeds which Thucydides and Philistus have set forth, since I cannot entirely pass them by, indicating as they do the nature of my hero and the disposition which lay hidden beneath his many great sufferings, I have run over briefly, and with no unnecessary detail, in order to escape the reputation of utter carelessness and sloth; but those details which have escaped most writers, and which others have mentioned casually, or which are found on ancient votive offerings or in public decrees, these I have tried to collect, not massing together useless material of research, but handing on such as furthers the appreciation of character and temperament. Accordingly, I may say of Nicias, in the first place, what Aristotle wrote, namely, that the three best citizens of Athens, men of hereditary goodwill and friendship for the people, were Nicias the son of Niceratus, Thucydides the son of Milesius, and Theramenes the son of Hagnon. However, this was true of the last in lesser degree than of the other two, because he has been flouted for inferior parentage as an alien from Ceos, and on account of his not being steadfast, but ever trying to court both sides in his political career, was nicknamed Cothurnus. Of the other two, Thucydides was the older man, and as head of the aristocratic party, the party of the good and true, often opposed Pericles in his efforts to win the favour of the people. Nicias was a younger man. He was held in some repute even while Pericles was still living, so that he was not only associated with him as general, but frequently had independent command himself. After Pericles was dead, Nicias was at once put forward into the position of leader, especially by the party of the rich and notable. These made him their champion to face the disgusting boldness of Cleon. And yet, for that matter, the common people also held him in favour and aided his ambitions. For although Cleon had great influence with them, by coddling them and giving frequent jobs for pay, yet the very men whose favour he thus sought to gain were aware of his rapacity and fierce effrontery, and for the most part preferred Nicias as their champion. The dignity of Nicias was not of the harsh, offensive sort, but was blended with much circumspection, and won control of the people from the very fact that he was thought to be afraid of them. Timid as he was by nature and distrustful of success, in war he managed to succeed in hiding his cowardice under a cloak of good fortune, for he was uniformly successful as a general; while in political life, his nervousness, and the ease with which he could be put into confusion by accusers, actually tended to make him popular, and gave him in a high degree that power which comes from the favor of the people, because they fear men who scorn them, but exalt men who fear them. The multitude can have no greater honor shown them by their superiors than not to be despised. Now Pericles led the city by virtue of his native excellence and powerful eloquence, and had no need to assume any persuasive mannerisms with the multitude. But Nicias, since he lacked such powers, but had excessive wealth, sought by means of this to win the leadership of the people. And since he despaired of his ability to vie successfully with the versatile buffoonery by which Cleon catered to the pleasure of the Athenians, he tried to captivate the people by choral and gymnastic exhibitions, and other like prodigalities, outdoing in the costliness and elegance of these all his predecessors and contemporaries. Of his dedicatory offerings there remains standing in my day not only the Palladium on the Acropolis, the one which has lost its gilding, but also the temple surmounted by choregic tripods, in the precinct of Dionysus. For he was often victorious with choruses, and was never defeated. A story is told, how, in one of his choral exhibitions, a house servant of his appeared in the costume of Dionysus, very fair to see, and very tall, the down of youth still upon his face. The Athenians were delighted at the sight, and applauded for a long time. At last Nicias arose and said he deemed it an unholy thing that one who had been acclaimed as a god should be a slave, and gave the youth his freedom. It is a matter of record also how splendid and worthy of the god his lavish outlays at Delos were. The choirs which cities used to send thither to sing the praises of the god were wont to put in at the island in haphazard fashion. The throng of worshippers would meet them at the ship and bid them sing, not with the decorum due, but as they were hastily and tumultuously disembarking, and while they were actually donning their chaplets and vestments. But when Nicias conducted the festal embassy, he landed first on the neighbouring island of Rhenea, with his choir, sacrificial victims, and other equipment. Then with the bridge of boats which he had brought along to him from Athens, where it had been made to measure and signally adorned with gildings and dyed stuffs and garlands and tapestries, he spanned during the night the strait between Rhenea and Delos, which is not wide. At break of day he led his festal procession in honour of the god, and his choir arrayed in lavish splendour and singing as it marched, across the bridge to land. After the sacrifices and choral contest and the banquets were over, he erected the famous bronze palm tree as a thank offering to the god, and consecrated to his service a tract of land which he bought at the price of 10,000 drachmas, the revenues from which the Dehens were to expend in sacrificial banquets, at which many blessings should be invoked upon Nicias from the gods. This stipulation he actually had graven on the stone which he left in Delos to be, as it were, the sentry over his benefaction. The palm tree, however, was torn away by the wind and fell against the colossal statue of the god, which the Naxians erected, and overturned it. In this course it is clear that there was much ostentatious publicity, looking towards increase of reputation and gratification of ambition, and yet to judge from the rest of the man's bent and character, one might feel sure that such means of winning the favour and control of the people were rather a corollary to his reverent piety. For he was one of those who are excessively terrified at heavenly portents, and was addicted to divination, as Thucydides says. And in one of the dialogues of Pasiphon it is recorded that he sacrificed every day to the gods, and that he kept a diviner at his house, ostensibly for the constant inquiries which he made about public affairs, whereas most of his inquiries were really about his own private matters, and especially about his silver mines, for he had large interests in the mining district of Laurium, and they were exceedingly profitable, although worked at great risks. He maintained a multitude of slaves in these mines, and the most of his substance was in silver. For this reason he had a large retinue of people who wanted his money, and who got it too, for he gave to those who could work him harm no less than to those who deserved his favours, and in general his cowardice was a source of revenue to the base, as his liberality was to the good. Witness to this can be had from the comic poets. Telecleides composed the following verses on a certain public informer: "So then Charnicles gave a mina that he might not tell of him, how he was his mother's firstborn, and her purse-born child at that. Minas 4 he got from Nicias, son of rich Niceratus. But the reason why he gave them, though I know it very well, I'll not tell, the man's my friend, and I think him wise and true." and the personage who is held up to ridicule by Eupolis in his Maricus fetches in a sort of lazy popper, and says: Maricus. How long a time since you were now with Nicias? Popper. I have not seen him, saving just now on the square. Maricus. The man admits he actually did see Nicias; yet what possessed him thus to see him if he was not treacherous? Chorus. Ye heard, my comrades, oh! Our Nicias was taken in the very act. Popper. What, you, O crazy witted folk! You catch a man so good in sin of any sort? And the Cleon of Aristophanes blusteringly says: I'll bellow down the orators, and Nicias I'll rattle. And Phrynichus plainly hints at his lack of courage and his panic stricken air in these verses: He was a right good citizen, and I know it well; he wouldn't cringe and creep as Nicias always does. Since he was disposed to be thus cautious of public informers, he would neither dine with a fellow citizen, nor indulge in genial interchange of views or familiar social intercourse; indeed he had no leisure for such pastimes; but when he was general, he remained at the war department till night, and when he was counsellor, he was first to reach and last to leave the council. And even if he had no public business to transact, he was inaccessible and hard to come at, keeping close at home with his doors bolted. His friends used to accost those who were in waiting at his door and beg them to be indulgent with Nicias, for he was even then engaged upon sundry urgent matters of public business. The man who most aided him in playing this rôle, and helped him to assume his costume of pompous dignity, was Hero. He had been reared in the household of Nicias, and thoroughly instructed by him in letters and literature. He pretended to be the son of Dionysius, surnamed Caucus, whose poems are indeed extant, and who, as leader of the colonizing expedition to Italy, founded Therivi. This Hero it was who managed for Nicias his secret dealings with the seers, and who was for ever putting forth among the people moving tales about the life of severe hardships which his patron led for the sake of the city. "Why," said he, "even when he takes his bath and when he eats his dinner, some public business or other is sure to confront him. He neglects his private interests in his anxiety for the common good, and scarcely gets to sleep till others wake. That's the reason why he is physically all run down, and is not affable or pleasant to his friends; nay, he has actually lost these too, in addition to his substance, and all in the service of the city. Other public men not only win friends but enrich themselves through their influence as public speakers, and then fare sumptuously, and make a plaything of the service of the city." In point of fact, such was the life of Nicias that he could say of himself what Agamemnon did: "Sooth, as master of my life my pomp I have, and to the populace I'm a slave." He saw that the people, upon occasion, served their own turn with experienced men of eloquence or surpassing ability, but ever looked with suspicious and cautious eyes upon such powers, and tried to abate the pride and reputation to which they gave rise. This was manifest in their fining Pericles and ostracizing Damon, and discrediting, as most of them did, Antiphon of Rhamnusian, and finally, above all, in the fate of Pacis, the captor of Lesbos, who, while he was giving the official account of his generalship, drew his sword in the very court room and slew himself. Nicias therefore tried to evade commands which were likely to be laborious and long, and whenever he did serve as general made safety his chief aim, and so was successful for the most part, as was natural. He did not, however, ascribe his achievements to any wisdom or ability or valour of his own, but rather credited them to fortune, and took modest refuge in the divine ordering of events, relinquishing thereby part of his reputation through fear of envy. Events bore witness to his wisdom, for in the many great reverses which the city suffered at that period he had absolutely no share. It was under the leadership of Calliades and Xenophon that his countrymen met defeat at the hands of the Chalcidians in Thrace. The Aetolian disaster occurred when Demosthenes was in command. Hippocrates was general when 1,000 citizens were sacrificed at Delium, and for the plague Pericles incurred the most blame, because he shut up the throng from the country and the city on account of the war, and the plague was the result of their changing of abode and their unwonted manner of living. For all these things Nicias was free from blame, while as general he captured Cythera, an island favourably situated for the command of Laconia and inhabited by the Lacedaemonians. He captured also many places in Thrace, which had revolted, and brought them back to their allegiance; having shut up the Megarians in their city, he straightway seized the island of Minoa, and shortly after, from this base of operations, got possession of Nicaea. He also made a descent upon the territory of Corinth, defeated the Corinthians in battle and slew many of them, including Lycophron their general. Here it befell him, when his dead were taken up for burial, that two of his men were left unnoticed on the field. As soon as he was made aware of this, he halted his armament and sent back a herald to the enemy asking leave to take up his dead. And yet by usage and unwritten law the side which secured the right to take up its dead by a truce was thought to renounce all claims to victory, and for those who so obtained this right, the erection of a trophy of victory was unlawful, since they are victors who possess the field, but petitioners do not possess a field, since they cannot take what they want. Notwithstanding this, Nicias endured rather to abandon the honour and reputation of his victory than to leave unburied two of his fellow citizens. He also ravaged the coast of Laconia, routed the Lacedaemonians who opposed him, captured Thyrea, which the Aeginetans held, and took his prisoners alive off to Athens. After Demosthenes had fortified Pylos, the Peloponnesians came up against it by land and sea, a battle was fought, and about 400 Spartans were shut off on the island of Sphacteria. Then the Athenians considered that their capture would be a great achievement, as was true. But the siege was difficult and toilsome, since the region afforded little fresh water. Even in summer the shipping of the necessary supplies round Peloponnesus was a long and expensive process, while in winter it was sure to be perilous if not altogether impossible. The Athenians were therefore in bad humour, and repented them of having repulsed an embassy of the Lacedaemonians, which had come to treat with them for a truce and peace. They had repulsed it because Cleon, chiefly on account of Nicias, was opposed to it. For he hated Nicias, and when he saw him zealously co operating with the Lacedaemonians, persuaded the people to reject the truce. So when the siege grew longer and longer, and they learned that their forces were in terrible straits, they were angry with Cleon. He, however, laid all the blame on Nicias, and denounced him, saying that it was through cowardice and weakness that he was letting the men on the island slip through his hands, whereas, had he himself been general instead of Nicias, they would not have held out so long. Thereupon it occurred to the Athenians to say, "It's not too late. Why don't you sail yourself and fetch the men?" Nicias, too, rose in the assembly and resigned his command of the expedition to Pylos in favour of Cleon, bidding him take as large a force as he wished, and not to vent his boldness in mere words which brought no peril with them, but to perform some deed for the city which would be worth its notice. At first Cleon tried to draw back, confused by the unexpectedness of this offer, but the Athenians kept up the same cries of encouragement, and Nicias kept taunting him, until, his ambition incited and on fire, he undertook the command, and besides, declared in so many words that within 20 days after sailing he would either slay the men on the island or bring them alive to Athens. The Athenians were moved to hearty laughter at this rather than to belief in it, for they were already in the way of treating his mad vanity as a joke, and a pleasant one too. It is said, for instance, that once, when the assembly was in session, the people sat out on the Pnyx a long while waiting for him to address them, and that late in the day he came in all garlanded for dinner and asked them to adjourn the assembly to the morrow. "I'm busy to day," he said; "I'm going to entertain some guests, and have already sacrificed to the gods." The Athenians burst out laughing, then rose up and dissolved the assembly. However, this time he had good fortune, served his general most successfully along with Demosthenes, and within the time which he had specified brought home as prisoners of war, their arms surrendered, all the Spartans on Sphacteria who had not fallen in battle. This success of Cleon's brought great discredit on Nicias. He was thought not merely to have cast away his shield, but to have done something far more disgraceful and base in voluntarily throwing up his command out of cowardice, and in abandoning to his enemy the opportunity for so great a success, actually voting himself out of office. For this, Aristophanes again scoffs at him and his birds in words like these: "And lo, by Zeus, we can no longer doze about, we have no time, nor shilly shally Niciasize," and in his Farmers, where he writes, "Thigh, and running about while speaking," he thus imbued the managers of the city's policies with that levity and contempt for propriety which soon after confounded the whole state. Just about that time Alcibiades was beginning to be a power at Athens. For a popular leader he was not so unmixed in evil as Cleon. The soil of Egypt, it is said, by reason of its very excellence, produces alike drugs of which many are good, intermixed, but many are deadly. In like manner the nature of Alcibiades, setting as it did with full and strong currents towards both good and evil, furnished cause and beginning for serious invocations. And so it came to pass that even after Nicias was rid of Cleon, he did not get opportunity to lull the city into perfect rest and calm, but when he had actually set the state fairly in the path of safety, was hurled from it by an impetuous onset of Alcibiades' ambition, and plunged again into war. This was the way it came about. The men most hostile to the peace of Hellas were Cleon and Brasidas. Of these, war covered up the baseness of the one and adorned the excellence of the other; that is to say, it gave the one opportunities for great iniquities, the other for great achievements. After these men had both fallen in one and the same battle before Amphipolis, Nicias found at once that the Spartans had long been eager for peace, and that the Athenians were no longer in good heart for the war; that both were, so to speak, unstrung, and glad to let their arms drop to their sides. He therefore strove to unite the two cities in friendship, and to free the rest of the Hellenes from ills, as well as to give himself a season of rest, and so to make secure for all coming time the name which he had for success. The men who were well to do, and the elderly men, and most of the farmers, he found inclined to peace from the first, and after he had talked privately with many of the rest, taught them his views and blunted the edge of their desire for war. Then he at once held out hopes to the Spartans, and urgently invited them to seek for peace. They had confidence in him, not only because of his usual fairness towards them, but especially because he had shown kind attentions to those of their men who had been captured at Pylos, and kept in prison at Athens, had treated them humanely, and so eased their misfortune. The two parties had before this made a sort of stay of mutual hostilities for a year, and during this time they had held conferences with one another, and tasted again the sweets of security and leisure and intercourse with friends at home and abroad, so that they yearned for that old life which was undefiled by war, and listened gladly when choirs sang such strains as "Let my spear lie unused for the spider to cover with webs," and gladly called to mind the saying, "In peace the sleeper is waked not by the trumpet, but by the cock." Accordingly, they heaped abuse on those who said that the war was fated to last thrice 9 years, and then in this spirit debated the whole issue and made peace. Most men held it to be a manifest release from ills, and Nicias was in every mouth. They said he was a man beloved of God, and that heaven had bestowed on him, for his reverent piety, the privilege of giving his name to the greatest and fairest of blessings. They really thought that the peace was the work of Nicias, as the war had been that of Pericles. The one, on slight occasion, was thought to have plunged the Hellenes into great calamities; the other had persuaded them to forget the greatest injuries and become friends. Therefore to this day men call that peace the peace of Nicias. End of Nicias Part 1. Part 10 of Volume 3 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 3 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, translated by Bernadotte Perrin. Nicias, Part 2. The articles of peace required that the strongholds and cities and prisoners of war which each party had taken from the other should be restored; and since that party was to make restoration first on whom the lot fell, the lot was secretly brought up by Nicias, so that the Lacedaemonians were the first to make restoration. This is the testimony of Theophrastus. But when the Corinthians and Boeotians, who were vexed at the course things were taking, seemed likely, by their accusations and complaints, to revive the war, Nicias persuaded the Athenians and Lacedaemonians to make the general peace secure by the mighty bond of a mutual alliance, whereby they should become more formidable to all seceders and better assured of each other. Such being the course of events, Alcibiades, who was naturally indisposed to be quiet, and who was incensed at the Lacedaemonians because they scornfully ignored him in their fond attachment to Nicias, promptly opposed and obstructed the general peace. At the outset he made no headway, but a little while after, seeing that the Athenians were not so well pleased as before with the Lacedaemonians, but thought that they had wronged them in making a separate alliance with the Boeotians, and in not restoring Panactum with its walls intact, nor Amphipolis at all, he laid great stress on these grounds of complaint, and tried to incense the people over each one of them. Finally he managed to have an embassy sent from Argos to Athens, and tried to effect a separate alliance between these two cities. Ambassadors came at once from Sparta with full powers to treat all issues, and at their preliminary audience with the council, were declared by that body to come with nothing but just proposals. But Alcibiades was afraid they would bring the assembly over to their views with the same arguments which had won the council. He therefore circumvented them by deceitfully swearing that he would co operate with them fully in the assembly if they would only not claim nor even admit that they had come with full powers to treat all issues, for thus, he declared, they would most surely attain their desires. After they were persuaded by him, and had put themselves out of the guiding hands of Nicias and into his, he introduced them to the assembly, and asked them first whether they had come with full powers to treat all issues. On their saying no to this, he surprised them by changing front and calling on the members of the council who were present, to bear witness to what they had said before that body. He then urged the people not to follow, much less trust, men who were so manifestly liars, and who now said yes and now no to the same question. The ambassadors were overwhelmed with confusion, naturally, and Nicias was unable to say a word, struck dumb with amazement and anguish. Therefore the people were at once eager to call in the Argive embassy and make the alliance it desired; but there came a slight earthquake shock just then, luckily for Nicias, and the assembly was dissolved. On the following day, when the people had assembled again, by dint of great effort and much talking Nicias succeeded, with difficulty, in persuading them to refrain from the proposed arrangement with Argos, and to send him on an embassy to the Lacedaemonians, assuring them that everything would thus turn out well. But when he came to Sparta, though in other ways he was honoured by them as a true man and one who had been zealous in their behalf, still he accomplished nothing that he purposed, but was beaten by the party there which had Boeotian sympathies, and so came back home, not merely with loss of reputation and under harsh abuse, but actually in bodily fear of the Athenians. They were vexed and indignant because they had been persuaded by him to restore so many eminent prisoners of war, for the men who had been brought to the city from Pylos belonged to the leading families of Sparta, and the most influential men there were their friends and kinsmen. However, the Athenians took no very harsh measures in their anger against Nicias, but elected Alcibiades general, made an alliance with the Mantineans and Eleans, who had succeeded from the Lacedaemonians, as well as with the Argives, sent freebooters to Pylos to ravage Laconia, and thus plunged again into war. At last the feud between Nicias and Alcibiades became so intense that recourse was had to the process of ostracism. This the people used to institute from time to time when they wished to remove for 10 years, by the ostracon ballot, any one man who was an object of suspicion generally because of his great reputation, or of jealousy because of his great wealth. Both the rivals were thus involved in much confusion and peril, since one or the other must in any event succumb to the ostracism. In the case of Alcibiades, men loathed his manner of life and dreaded his boldness, as will be shown more at length in his biography, and in the case of Nicias, his wealth made him an object of jealousy. Above all else, his way of life, which was not genial nor popular but unsocial and aristocratic, seemed alien and foreign, and since he often opposed the people's desires and tried to force them against their wishes into the way of their advantage, he was burdensome to them. To tell the simple truth, it was a struggle between the young men who wanted war and the elderly men who wanted peace. One party proposed to ostracize Nicias, the other Alcibiades. But in a time of sedition the base man too is in honour, and so in this case also the people divided into two factions, and thereby made room for the most aggressive and mischievous men. Among these was Hyperbolus of the Deme Perithadae, a man whose boldness was not due to any influence that he possessed, but who came to influence by virtue of his boldness, and became by reason of the very credit which he had in the city, a discredit to the city. This fellow at that time thought himself beyond the reach of ostracism, since indeed he was a likelier candidate for the stocks, but he expected that when one of the rivals had been banished he might himself become a match for the one who was left, and so it was plain that he was pleased at their feud, and that he was inciting the people against both of them. Accordingly, when Nicias and Alcibiades became aware of his baseness, they took secret counsel with one another, united and harmonized their factions, and carried the day, so that neither of them was ostracized, but Hyperbolus instead. For the time being this delighted and amused the people, but afterwards they were vexed to think that the ordinance of ostracism had been degraded by its application to so unworthy a man. They thought that even chastisement had its dignity, or rather they regarded the ostracism as a chastisement in the case of Thucydides and Aristides, and such men, but in the case of Hyperbolus as an honor, and as good ground for boasting on his part, since for his baseness he had met with the same fate as the best men. And so Plato, the comic poet, somewhere said of him, "Indeed he suffered worthy fate for men of old, albeit a fate too good for him and for his brands, for such as him the ostracon was ne'er devised." And in the end, no one was ever ostracized after Hyperbolus, but he was the last, as Hipparchus of Cholargus, a kinsman of the famous tyrant Pisistratus, was the first to be so banished. Verily fortune is an uncertain thing, and incalculable. Had Nicias run the risk with Alcibiades of being ostracized, he had either carried the day, expelled his rival, and then dwelt safely in the city, or, defeated, he had himself gone forth from the city before his last misfortunes, and had preserved the reputation of being a most excellent general. I am well aware that Theophrastus says that Hyperbolus was ostracized when Phaex, and not Nicias, was striving against Alcibiades, but most writers state the case as I have done. It was Nicias, then, who, when an embassy came from Egestra and Leontini, seeking to persuade the Athenians to undertake an expedition against Sicily, opposed the measure, only to be defeated by the ambitious purposes of Alcibiades. Before the assembly had met at all, Alcibiades had already corrupted the multitude and got them into his power by means of his sanguine promises, so that the youth in their training schools and the old men in their workshops and lounging places would sit in clusters drawing maps of Sicily, charts of the sea about it, and plans of the harbours and districts of the island which looked toward Libya. For they did not regard Sicily itself as the prize of the war, but rather as a mere base of operations, purposing therefrom to wage a contest with the Carthaginians, and get possession of both Libya and of all the sea this side the Pillars of Heracles. Since, therefore, their hearts were fixed on this, Nicias, in his opposition to them, had few men, and these of no influence, to contend on his side. For the well-to-do citizens feared accusations of trying to escape their contributions for the support of the navy, and so, despite their better judgment, held their peace. But Nicias did not grow faint nor grow weary. Even after the Athenians had actually voted for the war and elected him general first, and after him Alcibiades and Lamachus, in a second session of the assembly, he rose and tried to divert them from their purpose by the most solemn adjurations, and at last accused Alcibiades of satisfying his own private greed and ambition in thus forcing the city into grievous perils beyond the sea. Still he made no headway, nay, he was held all the more essential to the enterprise because of the experience from which he spoke. There would be great security, his hearers thought, against the daring of Alcibiades and the roughness of Lamachus, if his well-known caution were blended with their qualities. And so he succeeded only in confirming the previous vote. For Demostratus, the popular leader who was most active in spurring the Athenians on to the war, rose and declared that he would stop the mouth of Nicias from uttering vain excuses, so he introduced a decree to the effect that the generals have full and independent powers in council and in action, both at home and at the seat of war, and persuaded the people to vote it. And yet the priesthood also is said to have offered much opposition to the expedition. But Alcibiades had other diviners in his private service, and from sundry oracles reputed ancient he cited one saying that great fame would be won by the Athenians in Sicily. To his delight also certain envoys who had been sent to the shrine of Ammon came back with an oracle declaring that the Athenians would capture all the Syracusans, but utterances of opposite import the envoys concealed, for fear of using words of ill omen. For no signs could deter the people from the expedition, were they never so obvious and clear, such as, for instance, the mutilation of the Hermae. These statues were all disfigured in a single night, except one, called the Hermes of Andocides, a dedication of the Aegeid tribe, standing in front of what was at that time called the house of Andocides. Then there was the affair of the altar of the 12 gods. An unknown man leapt upon it all of a sudden, bestrode it, and then mutilated himself with a stone. At Delphi, moreover, there stood a palladium, made of gold and set upon a bronze palm tree, a dedication of the city of Athens from the spoils of her valour in the Persian wars. Ravens alighted on this image and pecked it for many days together. They also bit off the fruit of the palm tree, which was of gold, and cast it down to the ground. The Athenians, it is true, said that this story was an invention of the Delphians, at the instigation of the Syracusans; but at any rate, when a certain oracle bade them bring the priestess of Athena from Clazomenae, they sent and fetched the woman, and lo! her name was Peace. And this, it seemed, was the advice which the divinity would give the city at that time, namely, to keep the peace; or because, from mere human calculation, he was alarmed about the expedition, that the astrologer Meton, who had been given a certain station of command, pretended to be mad and set his house on fire. Some, however, tell the story in this way: Meton made no pretence of madness, but burned his house down in the night, and then came forward publicly in great dejection and begged his fellow citizens, in view of the great calamity which had befallen him, to release from the expedition his son, who was about to sail for Sicily in command of a trireme. To Socrates the wise man also, his divine guide, making use of the customary tokens for his enlightenment, indicated plainly that the expedition would make for the ruin of the city. Socrates let this be known to his intimate friends, and the story had a wide circulation. Not a few also were somewhat disconcerted by the character of the days in the midst of which they dispatched their armament. The women were celebrating at that time the festival of Adonis, and in many places throughout the city little images of the god were laid out for burial, and funeral rites were held about them, with wailing cries of women, so that those who cared anything for such matters were distressed, and feared lest that powerful armament, with all the splendour and vigour which were so manifest in it, should speedily wither away and come to naught. Now, that Nicias should oppose the voting of the expedition, and should not be so buoyed up by vain hopes nor so crazed by the magnitude of his command as to change his real opinion, this marked him as a man of honesty and discretion. But when he availed not either in his efforts to divert the people from the war or in his desire to be relieved of his command, the people, as it were, picking him up bodily and setting him over their forces as a general, then it was no longer a time for the exceeding caution and hesitation which he displayed, gazing back homewards from his ship like a child, and many times resuming and dwelling on the thought that the people had not yielded to his reasonings, till he took the edge from the zeal of his colleagues in command and lost the fittest time for action. He ought rather at once to have engaged the enemy at close quarters and put fortunes to the test in struggles for the mastery. Instead of this, while Lamachus urged that they sail direct to Syracuse and give battle close to the city, and Alcibiades that they rob the Syracusans of their allied cities first, and then proceed against them, Nicias proposed and urged in opposition that they make their way quietly by sea along the coast of Sicily, circumnavigate the island, make a display of their troops and triremes, and then sail back to Athens, after having first culled out a small part of their force to give the Egestaeans a taste of succour. In this way he soon relaxed the resolution and depressed the spirits of his men. After a little while the Athenians summoned Alcibiades home to stand his trial, and then Nicias, who nominally still had a colleague in the command, but really wielded sole power, made no end of sitting idle, or cruising aimlessly about, or taking deliberate counsel, until the vigorous hopes of his men grew old and feeble, and the consternation and fear with which the first sight of his forces had filled his enemies slowly subsided. While Alcibiades was yet with the fleet, 60 ships sailed for Syracuse, of which 50 lay out in the offing, drawing up so as to command the harbour, while 10 rowed in to reconnoitre. These made formal proclamation by voice of herald that the people of Leontini should return to their homes. They also captured a ship of the enemy, with tablets on board in which the Syracusans had recorded lists of their citizens by tribes. These lists had been deposited at some distance from the city, in the sanctuary of Olympian Zeus, but had been sent for at that time with a view to determining and enrolling those who had come to military age. Now when these had been captured by the Athenians and brought to their generals, and the number of names was seen, the soothsayers were in distress, lest in this circumstance lie the fulfilment of what was predicted by the oracle, which said, "The Athenians shall take all the Syracusans." However, they say that it was in another circumstance altogether that this prophecy was fulfilled for the Athenians, namely, at the time when Callippus the Athenian slew Dion and got possession of Syracuse. A little while after this Alcibiades sailed away from Sicily, and then Nicias took the entire command. Lamachus was, it is true, a sturdy and honourable man, one who put forth his might without stint in battle, but so poor and petty that in every campaign where he served as general, he would charge up to the Athenian people certain trifling moneys for his own clothes and boots. Nicias, on the contrary, was a man of great dignity and importance, especially because of his wealth and reputation. It is said that once, at the War Department, when his fellow commanders were deliberating on some matter of general moment, he bade Sophocles the poet state his opinion first, as being the senior general on the board. Thereupon Sophocles said, "I am the oldest man, but you are the senior general." So also in the present case he brought Lamachus under his orders, although more of a general than himself, and always using his forces in a cautious and hesitating manner, he first gave the enemy courage by cruising around Sicily as far as possible from them, and then by attacking the diminutive little city of Hybla, and going off without taking it, he won their utter contempt. Finally he went back to Catana without effecting anything at all except the overthrow of Hyccara, a barbarian fastness. From this place it is said that Laius the courtesan was sold as a prisoner of war, being still a girl, and brought into Peloponnesus. The summer was now spent when Nicias learned that the Syracusans had plucked up courage and were going to take the initiative and come out against him. Their horsemen already had the insolence to ride up to the Athenian camp and ask its occupants whether they had come to share the homes of the Catanians or to restore the Leontines to their old homes. At last, therefore, and reluctantly, Nicias set out to sail against Syracuse. Wishing to establish his forces there deliberately and without fear of interruption from the enemy, he secretly sent on a man of Catana with a message for the Syracusans: if they wished to find the camp and equipment of the Athenians abandoned of defenders, they must come in full force to Catana on a given day, for that the friends of the Syracusans in the city, where the Athenians spent most of their time, had determined, on perceiving their approach, to seize the gates and set fire to the Athenian fleet. The conspirators were already many, and waited their coming. This was the best generalship that Nicias displayed in Sicily. He brought his enemy out of their city in full force, thereby almost emptying it of defenders, while he himself put out to sea from Catana, got control of the enemy's harbours, and seized a spot for his camp where he was confident that he would suffer least injury from that arm of the service in which he was inferior, the cavalry, and meet no hindrance in fighting with that arm whereon he most relied. When the Syracusans hurried back from Catana and drew up in order of battle before their own city, Nicias led his Athenians swiftly against them and carried the day. He did not slay many of the enemy, it is true, for their horsemen prevented his pursuit. He had to content himself with cutting to pieces and destroying the bridges over the river, and thus give Homocrates occasion to say, as he sought to encourage the Syracusans, that Nicias was ridiculous in manoeuvring so as not to give battle, as though it was not for battle that he had crossed the seas. However, he did infuse fear and mighty consternation into the Syracusans, so that in place of their 15 generals then in office they elected 3 others, to whom the people pledged themselves under oath that they would surely suffer them to command with full and independent powers. The Olympium was hard by, and the Athenians set out to seize it, inasmuch as it contained many offerings of gold and silver. But Nicias purposely delayed operations until it was too late, and allowed a garrison from Syracuse to enter in, because he thought that if his soldiers plundered the temple's treasures the commonwealth would get no advantage from it, and he himself would incur the blame for the sacrilege. Of his victory, which was so noised about, he made no use whatever, but after a few days had elapsed withdrew again to Naxos, and there spent the winter, making large outlays on his vast armament, but effecting little in his negotiations with a few Sicels who thought of coming over to his side. The Syracusans, therefore, plucked up courage again, marched out to Catana, ravaged the fields, and burnt what had been the Athenian camp. These things all men laid to the charge of Nicias, since, as they said, by his excessive calculation and hesitation and caution he let the proper time for action go by for ever. When he was once in action no one could find fault with the man, for after he had set out to do a thing he was vigorous and effective, but in venturing out to do it he was hesitating and timid. At any rate, when he moved his armament back to Syracuse, he showed such generalship, and made his approach with such speed and safety, that he put in at Thapsus with his fleet and landed his men unobserved, seized Epipolae before the enemy could prevent, defeated the picked companies which came to his rescue, killing 300 men, and even routed the cavalry of the enemy, which was thought to be invincible. But what most of all filled the Sicilians with terror and the Hellenes with incredulity was the fact that in a short time he carried a wall around Syracuse, a city fully as large as Athens, although the unevenness of the territory about it, its proximity to the sea and its adjacent marshes, made the task of surrounding it with such a wall very difficult. But he came within an ace of bringing this great task to completion, a man who had not even sound health for such concerns, but was sick of a disease in the kidneys. To this it is only fair to ascribe the fact that part of the work was unfinished. I can but admire the watchful care of the general and the noble valor of his soldiers in what they did accomplish. Euripides, after their defeat and destruction, composed an epitaph for them, in which he said, "These men at Syracuse 8 times were triumphant as victors; heroes they were while the gods favored both causes alike." And not 8 times only; nay, more than that you will find that the Syracusans were beaten by them, until the gods, as the poet says, or fortune, became hostile to the Athenians at the very pinnacle of their power. Now in most actions Nicias took part, despite his bodily infirmity. But once, when his weakness was extreme, he was lying in bed within the walls, attended by a few servants, while Lamachus with the soldiery was fighting the Syracusans. These were trying to run a wall from their city out to that which the Athenians were building, to intersect it and prevent its completion. The Athenians prevailed, and hurried off in pursuit with more or less disorder, so that Lamachus was isolated, and then had to face some Syracusan horsemen, who made an onset upon him. Foremost of these was Callicrates, a man skilled in war and of a high courage. Lamachus accepted his challenge to single combat, fought him, got a mortal blow from him, but gave him back the like, and fell and died along with him. The Syracusans got possession of the body of Lamachus with its armor, and carried it off. Then they made a dash upon the Athenian walls where Nicias was, with none to succor him. He nevertheless, necessity compelling him, rose from his bed, saw his peril, and ordered his attendants to bring fire and set it to all the timbers that lay scattered in front of the walls, for the construction of siege engines, and to the engines themselves. This brought the Syracusans to a halt, and saved Nicias as well as the walls and stores of the Athenians. For when the Syracusans saw a great flame rising between them and the walls, they withdrew. Thus it came to pass that Nicias was left sole general, but he was in great hopes. Cities were inclining to take his side, and ships full of grain came to his camp from every quarter. Everybody hastens to join a successful cause. Besides, sundry proposals for a treaty were already coming to him from those Syracusans who despaired of their city. At this time, too, Gylippus, who was sailing from Sparta to their aid, when he heard on his voyage how they were walled up and in sore distress, held on his way, it is true, but with the belief that Sicily was as good as taken, and that he could only save the cities of the Italian Greeks, if haply even that; for the opinion gained ground and strength that the Athenians were all powerful, and had a general who was invincible by reason of his judgment and good fortune. And Nicias himself, contrary to his nature, was straightway so emboldened by the present momentum of his good fortune, and most of all by the secret messengers who sent to him from the Syracusans, was so fixed in his belief that the city was just on the point of surrendering conditionally, that he made no sort of account of Gylippus at his approach. He did not even set an adequate watch against him. Wherefore, finding himself completely overlooked and despised, the man sailed stealthily through the straits, made a landing at the farthest point from Syracuse, and collected a large force, the Syracusans being not so much as aware of his presence, nor even expecting him. On the contrary, they had actually called an assembly to discuss the agreements to be made with Nicias, and some were already on their way to it, thinking that the terms of peace should be made before their city was completely walled up. For that part of the work which remained to be done was quite small, and all the material required for it lay strewn along the line. End of Nicias, Part 2. Part 11 of Volume 3 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 3 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, translated by Bernadotte Perrin. Nicias, Part 3. But in this nick of time and crisis of their peril, Gongylus came to them from Corinth with a single trireme. All hawking to meet him, as was natural, he told them that Gylippus would come speedily, and that other ships of war were sailing to their aid. Ere yet they could put implicit faith in what Gongylus told them, there came a messenger from Gylippus bidding them come out to meet him. Then they plucked up heart and donned their arms. No sooner had Gylippus come up than he led his men in battle array against the Athenians. But when Nicias arrayed his men too over against him, Gylippus halted under arms, and sent a herald with the message that he offered the Athenians safe conduct, if they would depart from Sicily. Nicias deigned no answer to this, but some of his soldiers mocked, and asked the herald if the presence of a single Spartan cloak and staff had made the prospects of the Syracusans, on a sudden, so secure that they could offer to deride the Athenians, who had restored to the Lacedaemonians, out of prison and fetters, 300 men far sturdier than Gylippus, and longer haired. Timaeus says that the Sicilians also made no account of Gylippus, later on, indeed, because they learned to know his base greed and penuriousness, but as soon as they set eyes upon him they jeered at his cloak and his long hair. Then, however, Timaeus himself says, that as soon as Gylippus showed himself, for all the world like an owl among birds, many flocked to him, with ready offers of military service. This latter statement has more truth in it than his first, for in the staff and cloak of Gylippus men beheld the symbols of the majesty of Sparta, and rallied round them. Moreover, that the whole achievement of deliverance was his, is the testimony not of Thucydides, but also of Philistus, who was a Syracusan, and an eye witness of the events thereof. Well, then, in the first battle the Athenians were victors and slew some few of the Syracusans, and also Gongylus the Corinthian, but on the day following Gylippus showed what a great thing experience is. Although he had the same infantry, and the same cavalry, and the same localities to deal with, he did not do it in the same way as before, but changed his tactics, and thereby conquered the Athenians. And as they fled to their camp, he halted his Syracusans in their pursuit, and with the very stones and timbers which his enemies had brought up for their own use, he carried on the cross wall until it intersected the besiegers' wall of enclosure, so that their superior strength in the field really availed them naught. After this the Syracusans plucked up heart, and went to manning their ships, while their own horsemen and those of their allies would ride about and cut off many of their besiegers. Gylippus also went out in person to the cities of Sicily, and roused up and united them all into vigorous and obedient concert with him. Nicias therefore fell back again upon those views of the undertaking which he had held at the outset, and fully aware of the reversal which it had suffered, became dejected, and wrote a dispatch to the Athenians urging them to send out another armament, or else recall the one already in Sicily, begging them also in any case to relieve him of his command because of his disease. Even before this the Athenians had made preparations to send another force to Sicily, but the leading men among them felt some jealousy of the preliminary good fortune of Nicias, and so had induced many delays. Now, however, they were all eagerness to send aid. It was therefore determined that Demosthenes should sail with a large armament in the spring, and while it was yet winter Eurymedon preceded him with a smaller fleet, bringing money, and announcing the selection of colleagues for Nicias from among the members of the expedition there, to wit, Euthydemus and Menander. But in the meantime Nicias was suddenly attacked by land and sea. With his fleet, though vanquished at first, he succeeded in repulsing the enemy, and sank many of their ships, but he was not prompt enough in sending aid to his garrison at Flammarium, and so Gylippus, who had fallen upon it suddenly, captured it. Large naval stores and moneys were in deposit there, all of which Gylippus secured, besides killing many men and taking many prisoners. What was most important of all, he robbed Nicias of his easy importation of supplies. These had been safely and speedily brought up in past Plemmyrium as long as the Athenians held that post, but now that they had been driven from it, the process was a difficult one, and involved fighting with the enemy who lay at anchor there. And besides all this, the Syracusans felt that their fleet had been defeated, not through any superior strength in their enemy, but by reason of their own disorderly pursuit of that enemy. Accordingly, they were making more vigorous preparations to try the issue again. But Nicias did not want a sea fight. He said it would be great folly, when so large an armament was sailing to their aid and hurrying up fresh troops under Demosthenes, to fight the issue out with inferior forces, and those wretchedly supplied. Menander and Euthydemus, however, who had just been appointed to their offices, were moved by an ambitious rivalry with both the other generals. They longed to anticipate Demosthenes in some brilliant exploit, and to eclipse Nicias. They therefore made much of their city's reputation. This, they declared again and again, would be altogether ruined and dissipated if they should show fear when the Syracusans sailed out to attack them, and so they forced a decision to give battle by sea. But they were simply outmanoeuvred by Ariston, the Corinthian captain, in the matter of the noonday meal, as Thucydides relates, and then worsted in action, with the loss of many men. And so a great disaster encompassed Nicias; he had met with disaster while in sole command, and was now again brought to grief by his colleagues. But at this juncture Demosthenes hove in sight off the harbours, most resplendent in his array, and most terrifying to the enemy. He brought 5,000 hoplites on 73 ships of war, besides javeliners, and archers, and slingers to no less a number than 3,000. What with the gleam of his arms and the insignia of his triremes, and the multitude of his coxswains and pipers, he made a spectacular display, and one which smote the enemy with dismay. Again, then, as was natural, fear reigned among the Syracusans. They saw before them no final release from their perils, but only useless toils and vain self destruction. But the joy of Nicias at the presence of this fresh force was not long lived. Nay, at the very first council of war, when Demosthenes urged an immediate attack upon the enemy, a settlement of the whole struggle by the speediest hazard, and either the capture of Syracuse or else a return home, he was in fearful amaze at such aggressive daring, and begged that nothing be done rashly or foolishly. Delay, he said, was sure to work against the enemy; they no longer had money to spend, and their allies would no longer stand by them; let them only be really distressed by the straits they were in, and they would soon come to him again for terms, as they had done before. For not a few of the men of Syracuse were in secret communication with Nicias. They urged him to bide his time, on the ground that even now they were worn out by the war and weary of Gylippus, and that if their necessities should but increase a little, they would give over altogether. At some of these matters Nicias could only hint darkly; of others he was unwilling to speak in public, and so made the generals think him cowardly. It was the same story over again with him, they would say: delay, postponements, and hair splitting distinctions; he had already forfeited the golden moment by not attacking the enemy at once, but rather going stale and winning their contempt. So they sided with Demosthenes, and Nicias with great reluctance was forced to yield. Therefore Demosthenes with the infantry made a night attack upon Epipolae. He took some of the enemy by surprise and slew them; others who tried to make a stand he routed. Victorious, he did not halt, but pressed on farther, until he fell in with the Boeotians. These were the first of the enemy to form in battle array, and dashing upon the Athenians with spears at rest and with loud shouts, they repulsed them and slew many of them there. Through the whole army of attack there was at once panic and confusion. The part that was still pressing on victoriously was presently choked up with the part that fled, and the part that was yet coming up to the attack was beaten back by the panic stricken, and fell foul of itself, supposing that the fugitives were pursuers, and treating friends as foes. Their huddling together in fear and ignorance, and the deceitfulness of their vision, plunged the Athenians into terrible perplexities and disasters. For the night was one which afforded neither absolute darkness nor a steady light. The moon was low on the horizon, and was partially obscured by numerous armed figures moving to and fro in her light, and so she naturally made even friends mutually suspicious through fear of foes, by not distinguishing their forms clearly. Besides, it somehow happened that the Athenians had the moon at their backs, so that they cast their shadows on their own men in front of them, and thus obscured their number and the brilliancy of their weapons, while in the case of the enemy, the reflection of the moon upon their shields made them seem far more numerous than they really were, and more resplendent to the eye. Finally, when the Athenians gave ground, the enemy attacked them on all sides and put them to flight. Some of them died at the hands of their pursuers, others by one another's hands, and others still by plunging down the cliffs. The scattered and wandering fugitives, when day came, were overtaken and cut to pieces by the enemy's horsemen. The dead amounted in all to 2,000, and of the survivors few saved their armor with their lives. Nicias, accordingly, was overcome by this disaster, though it did not take him wholly by surprise, and he accused Demosthenes of rashness. Demosthenes defended himself on this score, and then urged that they sail away as soon as they could. No other force would come to their aid, he declared, and with the one they had they could not finally master the enemy, since even if they were victorious in battle, they would be forced to change their base and abandon their present position. This was always, as they heard, a grievous and unwholesome spot for encampment, and now particularly, as they saw, it was actually deadly on account of the season of the year. For it was the beginning of autumn, many were sick already, and all were in low spirits. But Nicias could not bear to hear of sailing off in flight, not because he had no fear of the Syracusans, but because he was more afraid of the Athenians with their prosecutions and denunciations. Nothing dreadful, he would say, was to be expected where they were, and even if the worst should come, he chose rather to die at the hands of his enemies than at the hands of his fellow citizens. In this he was not like minded with Leon of Byzantium, who at a later time said to his fellow citizens, "I would rather be put to death by you than with you." However, regarding the exact spot to which they should remove their camp, Nicias said they would deliberate at their leisure. Thereupon Demosthenes, who had not been successful in his previous plan, ceased trying to carry his point, and so led the rest of the generals to believe that Nicias must have confident expectations from his correspondents in the city in making such a sturdy fight against the proposed retreat; they therefore sided with him. However, a fresh army came to the aid of the Syracusans, and sickness kept spreading among the Athenians, so that at last Nicias also decided in favor of a change of base, and ordered the soldiers to hold themselves in readiness to sail away. But just as everything was prepared for this and none of the enemy were on the watch, since they did not expect the move at all, there came an eclipse of the moon by night. This was a great terror to Nicias and all those who were ignorant or superstitious enough to quake at such a sight. The obscuration of the sun towards the end of the month was already understood, even by the common folk, as caused somehow or other by the moon; but what it was that the moon encountered, and how, being at the full, she should on a sudden lose her light and emit all sorts of colors, this was no easy thing to comprehend. Men thought it uncanny, a sign sent from God in advance of divers great calamities. The first man to put in writing the clearest and boldest of all doctrines about the changing phases of the moon was Anaxagoras. But he was no ancient authority, nor was his doctrine in high repute. It was still under seal of secrecy, and made its way slowly among a few only, who received it with a certain caution rather than with implicit confidence. Men could not abide the natural philosophers and visionaries, as they were then called, for that they reduced the divine agency down to irrational causes, blind forces, and necessary incidents. Even Protagoras had to go into exile; Anaxagoras was with difficulty rescued from imprisonment by Pericles; and Socrates, though he had nothing whatever to do with such matters, nevertheless lost his life because of philosophy. It was not until later times that the radiant repute of Plato, because of the life the man led, and because he subjected the compulsions of the physical world to divine and more sovereign principles, took away the obloquy of such doctrines as these, and gave their science free course among all men. At any rate, his friend Dion, although the moon suffered an eclipse at the time when he was about to set out from Zacynthus on his voyage against Dionysius, was in no wise disturbed, but put to sea, landed at Syracuse, and drove out the tyrant. However, it was the lot of Nicias at this time to be without even a soothsayer who was expert. The one who had been his associate, and who used to set him free from most of his superstition, Stilbides, had died a short time before. For indeed the sign from heaven, as Philochorus observed, was not an obnoxious one to fugitives, but rather very propitious: concealment is just what deeds of fear need, whereas light is an enemy to them. And besides, men were wont to be on their guard against portents of sun and moon for 3 days only, as Autocleides has remarked in his Exegetics; but Nicias persuaded the Athenians to wait for another full period, of the moon, as if, forsooth, he did not see that the planet was restored to purity and splendour just as soon as she had passed beyond the region which was darkened and obscured by the earth. Abandoning almost everything else, Nicias lay there sacrificing and divining until the enemy came up against him. With their land forces they laid siege to his walls and camp, and with their fleet they took possession of the harbour round about. Not only the men of Syracuse in their triremes, but even the striplings, on board of fishing smacks and skiffs, sailed up from every side with challenges and insults for the Athenians. To one of these, a boy of noble parentage, Heraclides by name, who had driven his boat well on before the rest, an Attic ship gave chase, and was like to capture him. But the boy's uncle, Polycus, concerned for his safety, rowed out to his defence with the 10 triremes which were under his orders, and then the other commanders, fearing in turn for the safety of Polycus, likewise put out for the scene of action. A fierce sea fight was thus brought on, in which the Syracusans were victorious, and slew Eurymedon along with many others. Accordingly the Athenians could no longer endure to remain there, but cried out loudly upon their generals and bade them withdraw by land, for the Syracusans, immediately after their victory, had blocked up and shut off the mouth of the harbour. But Nicias could not consent to this. He said it would be a terrible thing to abandon so many transports, and triremes almost 200 in number. So he embarked the best of his infantry and the most efficient of his javeliners to man 110 triremes; the rest lacked oars. Then he stationed the remainder of his army along the shore of the harbour, abandoning his main camp and the walls which connected it with Heracleum. And so it was that the Syracusans, who had so long been unable to offer their customary sacrifice to Heracles, offered it then, priests and generals going up to the temple for this purpose while their triremes were a manning. Presently their diviners announced to the Syracusans that the sacrifices indeed indicated a splendid victory for them if only they did not begin the fighting, but acted on the defensive. Heracles also, they said, always won the day because he acted on the defensive and suffered himself to be attacked first. Thus encouraged, they put out from shore. This proved the greatest and hottest sea fight they had yet made, and roused as many tumultuous emotions in those who were mere spectators as in those who did the fighting, because the whole action was in plain sight, and took on shifts and turns which were varied, unexpected, and sudden. Their own equipment wrought the Athenians no less harm than did that of their enemy, for they fought against light and nimble ships, which bore down upon them from different directions at once, while their own were heavy and clumsy and all crowded together. Besides, they were bombarded with stones, whose blow is just as effective however they light, whereas they could reply only with javelins and arrows, whose proper cast was disturbed by the tossing water, so that they did not all fly head on to their mark. This method of fighting was taught the Syracusans by Ariston the Corinthian captain, who fought zealously while the battle lasted, only to fall just as the Syracusans were victorious. The Athenians suffered such great rout and loss that they were cut off from flight by sea. Even by land they saw that their salvation was a difficult matter, so that they neither tried to hinder the enemy from towing away their ships under their very eyes, nor did they ask the privilege of taking up their dead. These, forsooth, could go unburied; the survivors were confronted with a more pitiful sight in the abandonment of their sick and wounded, and thought themselves more wretched still than their dead, since they were sure to come with more sorrows than they to the same end after all. They purposed to set out during the night, and Gylippus, who saw that the Syracusans were given over to sacrificial revels because of their victory and the festival of Heracles, despaired of persuading or compelling them to rise up from their pleasures at once and attack their enemy as he departed. But Hermocrates, all on his own account, concocted a trick to put upon Nicias, and sent certain companions to him with assurances that they were come from those men who before this often held secret conferences with him. They advised Nicias not to set out during the night, inasmuch as the Syracusans had laid snares for him and preoccupied the ways of escape. Nicias was completely outgeneralled by this trick, and so ended by suffering in very truth at the hands of his enemies what their lies had made him fear. For the Syracusans set forth at break of day, occupied the difficult points in the roads, fortified the river fords, cut away the bridges, and posted their cavalry in the smooth open spaces, so that no spot was left where the Athenians could go forward without fighting. They waited therefore all that day and the following night, and then set out, for all the world as though they were quitting their native city and not an enemy's country, with wailings and lamentations at their lack of the necessaries of life and their enforced abandonment of helpless friends and comrades. And yet they regarded these present sorrows as lighter than those which they must expect to come. Many were the fearful scenes in the camp, but the most pitiful sight of all was Nicias himself, undone by his sickness, and reduced as he little deserved to a scanty diet, and to the smallest supply of those personal comforts whereof he stood so much in need because of his disease. And yet, for all his weakness, he persisted in doing what many of the strong could barely endure, and all saw plainly that it was not for his own sake or for any mere love of life that he was faithful to his tasks, but that for their sakes he would not give up hope. The rest, for very fear and distress, had recourse to lamentations and tears, but whenever he was driven to this pass, it was plainly because he was contrasting the shameful dishonour to which his expedition had now come with the great and glorious successes which he had hoped to achieve. Besides, it was not merely the sight of him now but also the memory of the arguments and exhortations with which he had once tried to prevent the sailing of the expedition that led men to think him all the more unworthy to suffer such hardships now, and they had no courage to hope for aid from the gods when they reflected that a man so devout as he, and one who had performed so many great and splendid religious services, now met with no seemlier fortune than the basest and most obscure man in his army. However, it was this very Nicias who tried, both by words and looks and kindly manner, to show himself superior to his dreadful lot; and during all the march which he conducted for 8 successive days, though suffering from the missiles of the enemy, he yet succeeded in keeping his own forces from defeat, until Demosthenes and his detachment of the army were captured. These fell behind as they fought their way along, and were surrounded on the homestead of Polyzelos. Demosthenes himself drew his sword and gave himself a thrust; he did not, however, succeed in killing himself, since the enemy quickly closed in upon him and seized him. When the Syracusans rode up and told Nicias of this disaster, he first sent horsemen to make certain that the force of Demosthenes was really taken, and then proposed to Gylippus a truce permitting the Athenians to depart from Sicily, after giving hostages to the Syracusans for all the moneys which they had expended in the war. But they would not entertain the proposal. Nay, with insolent rage they reviled and insulted him, and kept pelting him with missiles, destitute as he was of all the necessaries of life. However, through that night and the following day he managed to hold out, and finally came, under constant fire, to the river Asinaris. There some of his men were crowded along by the enemy and thrust into the stream, while others, in advance of pursuit, were impelled by their thirst to cast themselves in, and an exceeding great and savage carnage raged in the river itself, men being butchered as they drank. At last Nicias fell down at the feet of Gylippus and cried, "Have pity, Gylippus, now that you are victorious, not on me at all, though my great successes have brought me name and fame, but on the rest of these Athenians. Remember that the fortunes of war are common to all, and that the Athenians, when they were in good fortune, used it with moderation and gentleness toward you." So spake Nicias, and Gylippus felt some compunction, both at the sight of him and at what he said. For he knew that the Lacedaemonians had been well treated by him when the peace was made; and besides, he thought it would increase his own fame if he should bring home alive the generals who had opposed him. Therefore he raised Nicias up, gave him words of cheer, and issued command to take the rest of his men alive. But the command made its way slowly along, so that the spared were far fewer than the slain. And yet many were stolen and hidden away by the soldiery. The public prisoners were collected together; the fairest and tallest trees along the river bank were hung with the captured suits of armour, and then the victors crowned themselves with wreaths, adorned their horses splendidly, while they sheared and cropped the horses of their conquered foes, and so marched into the city. They had brought to successful end a struggle which was the most brilliant ever made by Hellenes against Hellenes, and had won the completest of victories by the most overwhelming and impetuous display of zeal and valour. At a general assembly of the Syracusans and their allies, Eurycles, the popular leader, brought in a motion first, that the day on which they had taken Nicias be made a holy day, with sacrifices and abstention from labour, and that the festival be called Asinaria, from the river Asinaris; the day was the 26th of the month Carneus, which the Athenians call Metagaitnion; and second, that the serving men of the Athenians and their immediate allies be sold into slavery, while the freemen and the Sicilian Hellenes who had joined them be cast into the stone quarries for watch and ward, all except the generals, who should be put to death. These propositions were adopted by the Syracusans. When Hermocrates protested that there was something better than victory, to wit, a noble use of victory, he was met with a tumult of disapproval; and when Gylippus demanded the Athenian generals as his prize, that he might take them alive to the Lacedaemonians, the Syracusans, now grown insolent with their good fortune, abused him roundly. They were the more ready to do this because, all through the war, they had found it hard to put up with his harshness and the Laconian style with which he exercised his authority. Timaeus says, moreover, that they denounced his exceeding penuriousness and avarice, an inherited infirmity, it would seem, since his father, Cleandridas, was convicted of taking bribes and he had to flee his country. And Gylippus himself, for abstracting 30 talents from the 1,000 which Lysander had sent to Sparta, and hiding them in the roof of his house, as an informer was prompt to show, was banished in the deepest disgrace. But this has been told with more detail in my Life of Lysander. Timaeus denies that Demosthenes and Nicias were put to death by the orders of the Syracusans, as Philistus and Thucydides state, but rather Homocrates sent word to them of the decision of the assembly while it was yet in session, and with the connivance of one of their guards they took their own lives. Their bodies, however, he says, were cast out at the prison door, and lay there in plain sight of all who craved the spectacle. and I learn that down to this day there is shown among the treasures of a temple in Syracuse a shield which is said to have been the shield of Nicias. It is a welded mosaic of gold and purple interwoven with rare skill. Most of the Athenians perished in the stone quarries of disease and evil fare, their daily rations being a pint of barley meal and a half pint of water; but not a few were stolen away and sold into slavery, or succeeded in passing themselves off for serving men. These, when they were sold, were branded on the forehead with the mark of a horse; yes, there were some freemen who actually suffered this indignity in addition to their servitude. But even these were helped by their restrained and decorous bearing; some were speedily set free, and some remained with their masters in positions of honour. Some also were saved for the sake of Euripides. For the Sicilians, it would seem, more than any other Hellenes outside the homeland, had a yearning fondness for his poetry. They were for ever learning by heart the little specimens and morsels of it which visitors brought them from time to time, and imparting them to one another with fond delight. In the present case, at any rate, they say that many Athenians who reached home in safety greeted Euripides with affectionate hearts, and recounted to him, some that they had been set free from slavery for rehearsing what they remembered of his works, and some that when they were roaming about after the final battle they had received food and drink for singing some of his choral hymns. Surely, then, one need not wonder at the story that the Chaonians, when a vessel of theirs would have put in at the harbour of Syracuse to escape pursuit by pirates, were not admitted at first, but kept outside, until, on being asked if they knew any songs of Euripides, they declared that they did indeed, and were for this reason suffered to bring their vessel safely in. The Athenians, they say, put no faith in the first tidings of the calamity, most of all because of the messenger who brought them. A certain stranger, as it would seem, landed at the Piraeus, took a seat in a barber's shop, and began to discourse of what had happened as if the Athenians already knew all about it. The barber, on hearing this, before others learned of it, ran at the top of his speed to the upper city, accosted the archons, and at once set the story going in the market-place. Consternation and confusion reigned, naturally, and the archons convened an assembly and brought the man before it. But on being asked from whom he learned the matter, he was unable to give any clear answer, and so it was decided that he was a story-maker, and was trying to throw the city into an uproar. He was therefore fastened to the wheel and racked a long time, until messengers came with the actual facts of the whole disaster. So hard was it for the Athenians to believe that Nicias had suffered the fate which he had often foretold to them. End of Nicias.
Part 12 of Volume 3 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 3 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans. Translated by Bernadotte Perrin. Marcus Licinius Crassus. Part 1. Marcus Crassus was the son of a man who had been censor and had enjoyed a triumph, but he was reared in a small house with two brothers. His brothers were married while their parents were still alive, and all shared the same table, which seems to have been the chief reason why Crassus was temperate and moderate in his manner of life. When one of his brothers died, Crassus took the widow to wife, and had his children by her, and in these relations also he lived as well-ordered a life as any Roman. And yet when he was further on in years, he was accused of criminal intimacy with Licinia, one of the Vestal Virgins, and Licinia was formally prosecuted by a certain Plotius. Now Licinia was the owner of a pleasant villa in the suburbs which Crassus wished to get at a low price, and it was for this reason that he was forever hovering about the woman and paying his court to her, until he fell under the abominable suspicion. And in a way it was his avarice that absolved him from the charge of corrupting the Vestal, and he was acquitted by the judges. But he did not let Licinia go until he had acquired her property. The Romans, it is true, said that the many virtues of Crassus were obscured by his sole vice of avarice, and it is likely that the one vice, which became stronger than all the others in him, weakened the rest. The chief proofs of his avarice are found in the way he got his property and in the amount of it. For at the outset he was possessed of not more than 300 talents. Footnote: Plutarch gives Greek values. The talent was a sum of money nearly equivalent to £240, or $1,200, with many times the purchasing power of money today. End footnote. Then during his consulship he sacrificed the tenth of his goods to Hercules, feasted the people, and gave every Roman out of his own means enough to live on for 3 months. And still, when he made a private inventory of his property before his Parthian expedition, he found that it had a value of 7,100 talents. The greatest part of this, if one must tell the scandalous truth, he got together out of fire and war, making the public calamities his greatest source of revenue. For when Sulla took the city and sold the property of those whom he had put to death, considering it and calling it the spoil of war, and wishing to defile with his crime as many and as influential men as he could, Crassus was never tired of accepting or of buying it. And besides this, observing how natural and familiar at Rome were such fatalities as the conflagration and collapse of buildings, owing to their being too massive and close together, he proceeded to buy slaves who were architects and builders. Then, when he had over 500 of these, he would buy houses that were afire, and houses which adjoined those which were afire, and these their owners would let go at a trifling price, owing to their fear and uncertainty. In this way the largest part of Rome came into his possession. But though he owned so many artisans, he built no house for himself other than the one in which he lived. Indeed, he used to say that men who were fond of building were their own undoers, and needed no other foes. And though he owned numberless silver mines, and highly valuable tracts of land with the laborers upon them, nevertheless one might regard all this as nothing compared with the value of his slaves. So many and so capable were the slaves he possessed: readers, amanuenses, silversmiths, stewards, table servants, and he himself directed their education, and took part in it himself as a teacher, and, in a word, he thought that the chief duty of the master was to care for his slaves as the living implements of household management. And in this Crassus was right, if, as he used to say, he held that anything else was to be done for him by his slaves, but his slaves were to be governed by their master. For household management, as we see, is a branch of finance, in so far as it deals with lifeless things, but a branch of politics when it deals with men. He was not right, however, in thinking, and in saying too, that no one was rich who could not support an army out of his substance. For war has no fixed rations, as King Archidamnus said, and therefore the wealth requisite for war cannot be determined. Far different was the opinion of Marius, who said, after distributing to each of his veterans 14 acres of land, and discovering that they desired more, "May no Roman ever think that land too small which suffices to maintain him." However, Crassus was generous with strangers, for his house was open to all, and he used to lend money to his friends without interest, but he would demand it back from the borrower relentlessly when the time had expired, and so the gratuity of the loan was more burdensome than heavy interest. When he entertained at table, he invited guests were for the most part plebeians and men of the people, and the simplicity of the repast was combined with a neatness and good cheer which gave more pleasure than lavish expenditure. As for his literary pursuits, he cultivated chiefly the art of speaking, which was of general service, and after making himself one of the most powerful speakers at Rome, his care and application enabled him to surpass those who were gifted by nature. For there was no case, they say, however trifling and even contemptible it might be, which he undertook without preparation, but often when Pompey and Caesar and Cicero were unwilling to plead, he would perform all the duties of an advocate. And on this account he became more popular than they, being esteemed a careful man, and one who was ready with his help. He pleased people also by the kindly and unaffected manner with which he clasped their hands and addressed them, for he never met a Roman so obscure and lowly that he did not return his greeting and call him by name. It is said also that he was well versed in history, and was something of a philosopher withal, attaching himself to the doctrines of Aristotle, in which he gave Alexander as a teacher. * Perhaps Alexander Cornelius, surnamed Polyhistor, a contemporary of Sulla. This man gave proof of contentedness and meekness by his intimacy with Crassus, nor is it not easy to say whether he was poorer before or after his relations with his pupil. At any rate, he was the only one of his friends of Crassus who always accompanied him when he went abroad, and then he would receive a cloak for the journey, which would be reclaimed on his return. But this was later on. When Cinna and Marius got the upper hand, it was at once apparent that they would re-enter the city not for the good of their country, but for the downright destruction and ruin of the nobles. Those who were caught were slain, and among them were the father and brother of Crassus. Crassus himself, being very young, escaped the immediate peril, but perceiving that he was surrounded on all sides by the huntsmen of the tyrants, he took with him 3 friends and 10 servants, and fled with exceeding speed into Spain, where he had been before, while his father was praetor there, and had made friends. But finding all men filled with fear and trembling at the cruelty of Marius, as though he were close upon them, he had not the courage to present himself to any one. Instead, he plunged into some fields along the seashore belonging to Vibius Pacciacus. In these was a spacious cave, where he hid himself. However, since his provisions were now running low, and wishing to sound the man, he sent a slave to Vibius. But Vibius, on hearing the message, was delighted that Crassus had escaped, and after learning the number of his party and the place of their concealment, did not indeed come in person to see them, but brought the overseer of the property near the place, and ordered him to bring a complete meal there every day, put it near the cliff, and then go away without a word. He was not to meddle in the matter, nor investigate it, and was threatened with death if he did meddle, and promised his freedom if he cooperated faithfully. The cave is not far away from the sea, and the cliffs which enclose it leave a small and indistinct path leading inside. But when one has entered, it opens out into a wonderful height, and at the sides has recesses of great circumference opening into one another. There was no lack of water or of light, but a spring of purest flow issues from the base of the cliff, and natural fissures in the rock, where its edges join, admit the light from outside, so that in the daytime the place is bright. The air inside is dry and pure, owing to the thickness of the rock, which deflects all moisture and dripping water into the spring. Here Crassus lived, and day by day the man came with the provisions. He himself did not see the party of the cave, nor even know who they were, but he was seen by them, since they knew and were on the watch for the time of his coming. Now the meals were abundant, and so prepared as to gratify the taste and not merely satisfy hunger, for Vibius had made up his mind to pay Crassus every sort of friendly attention, and it had even occurred to him to consider the youth of his guest, and that he was quite a young man, and that some provision must be made for the enjoyments appropriate to his years. The mere supply of his wants he regarded as the work of one who rendered help under compulsion rather than with ready zeal. So he took with him 2 comely female slaves, and went down towards the sea. When he came to the place of the cave, he showed them the path up to it, and bade them go inside, and fear nothing. When Crassus saw them approaching, he was afraid that the place had been discovered, and was now known. He asked them, accordingly, who they were, and what they wanted. They answered, as instructed, that they were in search of a master who was hidden there. Then Crassus understood the kindly joke which Vibius was playing upon him, and received the girls, and they lived with him and the rest of the time, carrying the necessary messages to Vibius. Fenestella, a Roman historian who flourished under Augustus, says that he saw one of these slaves himself when she was now an old woman, and often heard her mention this episode and rehearse its details with zest. Thus Crassus passed 8 months in concealment, but as soon as he heard of Cinna's death, he disclosed himself. Many flocked to his standard, out of whom he selected 2,500 men, and went about visiting the cities. One of these, Malacca, he plundered, as so many writers testify, but they say that he himself denied the charge, and quarrelled with those who affirmed it. After this he collected sailing vessels, crossed into Africa, and joined Metellus Pius, an illustrious man who had got together a considerable army. However, he remained there no long time, but after dissension with Metellus, set out and joined Sulla, with whom he stood in a position of special honour. But when Sulla crossed into Italy, he wished all the young men with him to take active part in the campaign, and assigned different ones to different undertakings. Crassus, being sent out to raise a force among the Marsi, asked for an escort, since his road would take him past the enemy. But Sulla was wroth, and said to him vehemently, "I give thee as an escort thy father, thy brother, thy friends, and thy kinsmen who were illegally and unjustly put to death, and whose murderers I am pursuing." Thus rebuked and incited, Crassus set out at once, and forcing his way vigorously through the enemy, raised a considerable force, and showed himself an eager partisan of Sulla in his struggles. Out of these activities first arose, as they say, his ambitious rivalry with Pompey for distinction. For although Pompey was the younger man, and the son of a father who had been in ill repute at Rome, and hated most bitterly by his fellow citizens, still in the events of this time his talents shone forth conspicuously, and he was seen to be great, so that Sulla paid him honours not very often accorded to men who were older and of equal rank with himself, rising at his approach, uncovering his head, and saluting him as imperator. All of this inflamed and goaded Crassus, although it was not without good reason that Sulla thus made less of him. For he was lacking in experience, and his achievements were robbed of their favour by the innate curses of avarice and meanness which beset him. For instance, when he captured the Umbrian city of Tudar, it was believed that he appropriated to himself most of the spoil, and charges to this effect were laid before Sulla. But in the struggle near Rome, which was the last and greatest of all, while Sulla was defeated and his army repulsed and shattered, Crassus was victorious with the right wing, pursued the enemy till nightfall, and then sent to Sulla, informing him of his success and asking supper for his soldiers. However, during the proscriptions and the public confiscations which ensued, he got a bad name again by purchasing great estates at a low price and asking donations. It is said that in Bruttium he actually proscribed a man without Sulla's orders, merely to get his property, and that for this reason Sulla, who disapproved of his conduct, never employed him again on public business. And yet Crassus was most expert in winning over all men by his flatteries. On the other hand, he himself was an easy prey to flattery from anybody. And this too is said to have been a peculiarity of his, that, most avaricious as he was himself, he particularly hated and abused those who were like him. Now it vexed him that Pompey was successful in his campaigns, and celebrated a triumph before becoming a senator, and was called Magnus, that is, great, by his fellow citizens. And once when some one said, "Pompey the Great is coming," Crassus fell to laughing and asked, "How great is he?" Renouncing, therefore, all efforts to equal Pompey in military achievements, he plunged into politics, and by his zealous labours, his favours as advocate and money lender, and his cooperation in all the solicitations and examinations which candidates for office had to make and undergo, he acquired an influence and repute equal to that which Pompey possessed from his many and great expeditions. For the experience of each man was peculiar, for Pompey's name and power were greater in the city when he was away from it, owing to his campaigns, But when he was at home he was often less powerful than Crassus, because the pomp and circumstance of his life led him to shun crowds, retire from the forum, and render aid to a few only of those who asked it of him, and then with no great zest, that he might keep his influence the more unimpaired for use in his own behalf. But Crassus was continually ready with his services, was ever at hand and easy of access, and always took an active part in the enterprises of the hour, and so by the universal kindness of his behaviour won the day over his rival's haughty bearing. But in dignity of person, persuasiveness of speech, and winning grace of feature, both were said to be alike gifted. However, this eager rivalry did not carry Crassus away into anything like hatred or malice. He was merely vexed that Pompey and Caesar should be honoured above himself, but he did not associate this ambition of his with enmity or malevolence. It is true that once when Caesar had been captured by pirates in Asia, and was held a close prisoner by them, he exclaimed, "O Crassus, how great a pleasure wilt thou taste when thou hearest of my capture!" But afterwards, at least, they were on friendly terms with one another, and once when Caesar was on the point of setting out for Spain as a praetor, and had no money, and his creditors descended upon him and began to attach his outfit, Crassus did not leave him in the lurch, but freed him from embarrassment by making himself his surety for 830 talents. And when all Rome was divided into three powerful parties, that of Pompey, that of Caesar, and that of Crassus, for Cato's reputation was greater than his power, and men admired him more than they followed him, it was the thoughtful and conservative part of the city which attached itself to Pompey, the violent and volatile part which supported the hopes of Caesar, while Crassus took a middle ground and drew from both. He made very many changes in his political views, and was neither a steadfast friend nor an implacable enemy, but readily abandoned both his favors and his resentments at the dictates of his interests; so that, frequently, within a short space of time, the same men and the same measures found in him both an advocate and an opponent. And he had great influence, both from the favors which he bestowed and the fear which he inspired, but more from the fear. And at any rate Sicinius, who gave the greatest annoyance to the magistrates and popular leaders of his day, when asked why Crassus was the only man whom he let alone and did not worry, said that the man had hay on his horns. Now the Romans used to coil hay about the horn of an ox that gored, so that those who encountered it might be on their guard. The insurrection of the gladiators and their devastation of Italy, which is generally called the War of Spartacus, (footnote 73 to 71 B.C.), had its origin as follows. A certain Lentulus Batiatus had a school of gladiators at Capua, most of whom were Gauls and Thracians. Through no misconduct of theirs, but owing to the injustice of their owner, they were kept in close confinement, and reserved for gladiatorial combats. 200 of these planned to make their escape, and when information was laid against them, those who got wind of it, and succeeded in getting away, 78 in number, seized cleavers and spits from some kitchen and sallied out. On the road they fell in with wagons conveying gladiators' weapons to another city. These they plundered and armed themselves. Then they took up a strong position and elected 3 leaders. The first of these was Spartacus, a Thracian of nomadic stock, possessed not only of great courage and strength, but also in sagacity and culture superior to his fortune, and more Hellenic than Thracian. It is said that when he was first brought to Rome to be sold, a serpent was seen coiled about his face as he slept, and his wife, who was of the same tribe as Spartacus, a prophetess, and subject to visitations of the Dionysic frenzy, declared it the sign of a great and formidable power which would attend him to a fortunate issue. This woman shared in his escape, and was then living with him. To begin with, the gladiators repulsed the soldiers who came against them from Capua, and getting hold of many arms of real warfare, they gladly took these in exchange for their own, casting away their gladiatorial weapons as dishonourable and barbarous. Then Clodius, the praetor, was sent out from Rome against them, with 3,000 soldiers, and laid siege to them on a hill which had but one ascent, and that a narrow and difficult one, which Clodius closely watched. Everywhere else there were smooth and precipitous cliffs. But the top of the hill was covered with a wild vine of abundant growth, from which the besieged cut off the serviceable branches, and wove these into strong ladders of such strength and length that when they were fastened at the top they reached along the face of the cliff to the plain below. On these they descended safely, all but one man, who remained there to attend to the arms. When the rest had got down, he began to drop the arms, and after he had thrown them all down, got away himself also last of all in safety. Of all this the Romans were ignorant, and therefore their enemies surrounded them, threw them into consternation by the suddenness of the attack, put them into flight, and took their camp. They were also joined by many of the herdsmen and shepherds of the region, sturdy men and swift of foot, some of whom were armed fully, and employed others as scouts and light infantry. In the second place, Publius Varenus, the praetor, was sent out against them, whose lieutenant, a certain Furius, with 2,000 soldiers, they first engaged and routed. Then Spartacus narrowly watched the movements of Cosinius, who had been sent out with a large force to advise and assist Varenus in the command, and came near seizing him as he was bathing near Salinae. Cosenus barely escaped with much difficulty, and Spartacus at once seized his baggage, pressed hard upon him in pursuit, and took his camp with great slaughter. Cosinius also fell, by defeating the praetor himself in many battles, and finally capturing his lictors and the very horse he rode. Spartacus was soon great and formidable. But he took a proper view of the situation, and since he could not expect to overcome the Roman power, began to lead his army toward the Alps, thinking it necessary for them to cross the mountains and go to their respective homes, some to Thrace and some to Gaul. But his men were now strong in numbers and full of confidence, and would not listen to him, but went on ravaging over Italy. It was now no longer the indignity and the disgrace of the revolt which harassed the Senate, but they were constrained by their fear and peril to send both consuls into the field, as they would to a war of the utmost difficulty and magnitude. Gellius, one of the consuls, fell suddenly upon the Germans, who were so insolent and bold as to separate themselves from the main body of Spartacus, and cut them all to pieces. But when Lentulus, the other consul, had surrounded the enemy with large forces, Spartacus rushed upon them, joined battle, defeated the legates of Lentulus, and seized all their baggage. Then, as he was forcing his way towards the Alps, he was met by Cassius, the governor of Cisalpine Gaul, with an army of 10,000 men, and in the battle that ensued Cassius was defeated, lost many men, and escaped himself with difficulty. On learning of this, the Senate angrily ordered the consuls to keep quiet, and chose Crassus to conduct the war, and many of the nobles were induced by his reputation and their friendship for him to serve under him. Crassus himself accordingly took position on the borders of Picenum, expecting to receive the attack of Spartacus, who was hastening thither, and he sent Mummius, his legate, with 2 legions by a circuitous route, with orders to follow the enemy, but not to join battle or even skirmish with them. Mummius, however, at the first promising opportunity gave battle, and was defeated. Many of his men were slain, and many of them threw away their arms and fled for their lives. Crassus gave Mummius himself a rough reception, and when he armed his soldiers anew, made them give pledges that they would keep their arms. 500 of them, moreover, who had shown the greatest cowardice and had been the first to fly, he divided into 50 decades, and put to death one from each decade, on whom the lot fell, thus reviving, after the lapse of many years, an ancient mode of punishing the soldiers. For disgrace also attaches to this manner of death, and many horrible and repulsive features attend the punishment, which the whole army witnesses. When he had thus disciplined his men, he led them against the enemy. But Spartacus avoided him, and retired through Lucania to the sea. At the straits he chanced upon some Cilician pirate crafts, and determined to seize Sicily. By throwing 2,000 men into the island, he thought to kindle anew the servile war there, (102 99 B.C.), which had not long been extinguished, and needed only a little additional fuel. But the Cilicians, after coming to terms with him and receiving his gifts, deceived him and sailed away. So Spartacus marched back again from the sea, and established his army in the peninsula of Rhegium. Crassus now came up, and observing that the nature of the place suggested what must be done, he determined to build a wall across the isthmus, thereby at once keeping his soldiers from idleness and his enemies from provisions. Now the task was a huge one and difficult, but he accomplished and finished it, contrary to all expectation, in a short time, and running a ditch from sea to sea, through the neck of land 300 furlongs in length and 15 feet in width and depth alike. Along the ditch he also built a wall of astonishing height and strength. All this work Spartacus neglected and despised at first, but soon his provisions began to fail, and when he wanted to sally forth from the peninsula, he saw that he was walled in, and that there was nothing more to be had there. He therefore waited for a snowy night and a wintry storm, when he filled up a small portion of the ditch with earth and timber and the boughs of trees, and so threw a third part of his force across. End of Marcus Licinius Crassus, Part 1. Part 13 of Volume 3 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 3 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, translated by Bernadotte Perrin. Marcus Licinius Crassus, Part 2. Crassus was now in fear lest some impulse to march upon Rome should seize Spartacus, but took heart when he saw that many of the gladiators' men had seceded after a quarrel with him and were encamped by themselves on a Lucanian lake. This lake, they say, changes from time to time in the character of its water, becoming sweet and then again bitter and undrinkable. Upon this detachment Crassus fell, and drove them away from the lake, but he was robbed of the slaughter in pursuit of the fugitives by the sudden appearance of Spartacus, who checked their flight. Before this Crassus had written to the Senate that they must summon Lucullus from Thrace and Pompey from Spain, but he was sorry now that he had done so, and was eager to bring the war to an end before those generals came. He knew that the success would be ascribed to the one who came up with assistance and not to himself. Accordingly, in the first place, he determined to attack those of the enemy who had seceded from the rest and were encamping on their own account. They were commanded by Gaius Canicius and Castus, and with this in view sent out 6,000 men to preoccupy a certain eminence, bidding them keep their attempt a secret. And they did try to elude observation by covering up their helmets, but they were seen by 2 women who were sacrificing for the enemy, and would have been in peril of their lives had not Crassus quickly made his appearance and given battle, the most stubbornly contested of all. For although he slew 12,300 men in it, he found only 2 were wounded in the back. The rest all died standing in the ranks and fighting the Romans. After the defeat of this detachment, Spartacus retired to the mountains of Petelia, followed closely by Quintus, one of the officers of Crassus, and by Scrophus, the quaestor, who hung upon the enemy's rear. But when Spartacus faced about, there was a great rout of the Romans, and they barely managed to drag the quaestor who had been wounded away into safety. This success was the ruin of Spartacus, for it filled his slaves with overconfidence. They would no longer consent to avoid battle, and would not even obey their leaders, but surrounded them as soon as they began to march, with arms in their hands, and forced them to lead back through Lucania against the Romans, the very thing which Crassus also most desired. For Pompey's approach was already announced, and there were not a few who publicly proclaimed that the victory in this war belonged to him. He had only to come and fight and put the end to the war. Crassus, therefore, pressed on to finish the struggle himself, and having encamped near the enemy, began to dig a trench. Into this the slaves leapt and began to fight with those who were working there, and since fresh men from both sides kept coming up to help their comrades, Spartacus saw the necessity that was upon him, and drew up his whole army in order of battle. In the first place, when his horse was brought to him, he drew his sword, and saying that if he won the day, he would have many fine horses of the enemy's, but if he lost it, he did not want any, he slew his horse. Then, pushing his way toward Crassus himself, through many flying weapons and wounded men, he did not indeed reach him, but slew 2 centurions who fell upon him together. Finally, after his companions had taken to flight, he stood alone, surrounded by multitude of foes, and was still defending himself when he was cut down. But although Crassus had been fortunate, had shown most excellent generalship, and had exposed his person to danger, nevertheless his success did not fail to enhance the reputation of Pompey. For the fugitives from the battle encountered that general and were cut to pieces, so that he could write to the Senate that in open battle, indeed, Crassus had conquered the slaves, but that he himself had extirpated the war. Pompey, accordingly, for his victories over Sertorius and in Spain, celebrated a splendid triumph. But Crassus, for all his self-approval, did not venture to ask for the major triumph, and it was thought ignoble and mean for him to celebrate even the minor triumph on foot, called the Ovation, for a servile war. How the minor triumph differs from the major, and why it is named as it is, has been told in my Life of Marcellus. After this, Pompey was at once asked to stand for the consulship, and Crassus, although he had hopes of becoming his colleague, did not hesitate to ask Pompey's assistance. Pompey received his request gladly, for he was desirous of having Crassus, in some way or other, always in debt to him for some favor, and eagerly promoted his candidature, and finally said in a speech to the assembly that he should be no less grateful to them for the colleague than for the office which he desired. However, when once they had assumed office, they did not remain on this friendly basis, but differed on almost every measure, quarreled with one another about everything, and by their contentiousness rendered their consulship barren politically and without achievement, except that Crassus made a great sacrifice in honor of Hercules, feasted the people at 10,000 tables, and made them an allowance of grain for 3 months. And when at last their term of office was closing, and they were addressing the assembly, a certain man, not a noble, but a Roman knight, rustic and rude in his way of life, Onatius Aurelius, mounted the rostra, and recounted to the audience a vision which had come to him in his sleep. "Jupiter," he said, "appeared to me, and bade me declare in public that you should not suffer your consuls to lay down their office until they become friends." When the man said this and the people urged a reconciliation, Pompey, for his part, stood motionless, but Crassus took the initiative, and clasped him by the hand, and said, "Fellow citizens, I think there is nothing humiliating or unworthy in my taking the first steps towards goodwill and friendship with Pompey, to whom you have gave the title of great, before he has grown a beard, and voted him a triumph before he was a senator." Such, then, were the memorable things in the consulship of Crassus, but his censorship passed without any results or achievements whatever. He neither made a revision of the Senate, nor a scrutiny of the knights, nor a census of the people, although he had Lutatius Catulus, the gentlest of the Romans, for his colleague. But they say that when Crassus embarked upon the dangerous and violent policy of making Egypt tributary to Rome, Catulus opposed him vigorously, whereupon, being at variance, both voluntarily laid down their office. In the affair of Catiline, which was very serious and almost subversive of Rome, some suspicion attached itself to Crassus, and a man publicly named him as one of the conspirators, but nobody believed him. Nevertheless, Cicero, in one of his orations, plainly inculpated Crassus and Caesar. This oration, it is true, was not published until after both were dead, but in the treatise upon his consulship, Cicero says that Crassus came to him by night with a letter which gave details of the affair of Catiline, and felt that he was at last establishing the fact of a conspiracy. And Crassus, accordingly, always hated Cicero for this, but was kept from doing him any open injury by his son. For Publius Crassus, given to literature and learning, was attached to Cicero, so much so that he put on mourning when Cicero did at the time of his trial, and prevailed upon the other young men to do the same. And finally he persuaded his father to become Cicero's friend. And now, when Caesar came back from his province and prepared to seek the consulship, he saw that Pompey and Crassus were once more at odds with each other. He therefore did not wish to make one of them an enemy by asking the aid of the other, nor did he have any hope of success if neither of them helped him. Accordingly, he tried to reconcile them by persistently showing them that their mutual ruin would only increase the power of such men as Cicero, Catullus, and Cato, men whose influence would be nothing if Crassus and Pompey would only unite their friends and adherents, and with one might and purpose direct the affairs of the city. He persuaded them, reconciled them, and won them both to his support, and constituted the triumvirate an irresistible power, with which he overthrew the Senate and the people, not by making his partners greater, the one through the other, but by making himself greatest of all through them. For owing to the support of both, he was at once triumphantly elected consul, and during his consulship they voted him armies to command, and put Gaul into his hands, and so, as it were, established him in an acropolis, thinking to share the rest with one another at their leisure, if they secured to him his allotted province. Now Pompey did all this from an unbounded love of power, but to that ancient infirmity of Crassus, his avarice, there was now added a fresh and ardent passion, in view of the glorious exploits of Caesar, for trophies and triumphs. In these alone he thought himself inferior to Caesar, but superior in everything else, and his passion gave him no rest nor peace till it ended in an inglorious death and public calamities. For when Caesar came down to the city of Lucca from Gaul, many Romans came thither to meet him, and among them Pompey and Crassus. They held private conferences with Caesar, and the three determined to carry matters with a higher hand, and make themselves sole master of the state. Caesar was to remain in his command, while Pompey and Crassus were to take over provinces and armies. But the only way to secure this end was by soliciting a second consulship. Since Pompey and Crassus were the candidates for this, Caesar was to cooperate with them by writing letters to his friends and by sending many of his soldiers home to support them at the elections. With this understanding, Crassus and Pompey returned to Rome, and were at once objects of suspicion. Report was rife through the whole city that their meeting with Caesar had been for no good purpose. In the Senate also, when Marcellinus and Domitius asked Pompey if he was going to be a candidate for the consulship, he replied that perhaps he was, and perhaps he was not. And when asked the question again, he said he should solicit the votes of the good citizens, and not those of the bad. Since his answers were thought to have been made in pride and arrogance, Crassus said, more modestly, when the question was put to him, that if it was for the interest of the city, he would be a candidate for the office, but otherwise he would desist. For this reason, divers persons were emboldened to sue for the consulship, one of whom was Domitius. When, however, Pompey and Crassus openly announced their candidature, the rest took fright and withdrew from the contest. But Cato encouraged Domitius, who was a kinsman and friend of his, to proceed, arguing and inciting him to cling to his hopes, assured that he would do battle for the common freedom. For it was not the candidature, he said, which Crassus and Pompey wanted, but a tyranny, nor did their course of action mean simply a canvass for office, but rather a seizure of provinces and armies. With such words and such sentiments, Cato all but forced Domitius to go to the forum as a candidate, and many joined their party. Many, too, voiced their amazement thus: "Why, pray, should these men want a second consulship? And why once more together? Have they not other colleagues? Surely there are many men among us who are not unworthy to be colleagues of Pompey and Crassus." Alarmed at this, the partisans of Crassus and Pompey abstained from no disorder or violence, however extreme, and capped the climax by waylaying Domitius as he was coming down into the forum before daybreak with his followers, killing his torchbearer, and wounding many, among whom was Cato. After routing their opponents and shutting them up at home, they had themselves proclaimed consuls, and a short time afterwards they once more surrounded the rostra with armed men, and cast Cato out of the forum, slew several who made resistance, and then had another 5 years added to the proconsulship of Caesar in Gaul, and the provinces of Syria and both Spains voted to themselves. When the lot was cast, Syria fell to Crassus, and the Spains to Pompey. Now the lot fell out to the satisfaction of everybody, for most of the people wished Pompey to be not far away from the city. Pompey, who was passionately fond of his wife, intended to spend most of his time there, and as for Crassus, as soon as the lot fell out, he showed by his joy that he regarded no piece of good fortune in his whole life as more radiant than the one which had now come to him. Among strangers and in public he could scarcely hold his peace, while to his intimates he made many empty and youthful boasts, which ill became his years and disposition, for he had been anything but boastful or bombastic before this. But now, being altogether exalted and out of his senses, he would not consider Syria or even Parthia as the boundaries of his success, but thought to make the campaigns of Lucullus against Tigranes, and those of Pompey against Mithridates, seem mere child's play, and flew on the wings of his hopes as far as Bactria and India and the outer sea. And yet in the decree which was passed regarding his mission there was no mention of a Parthian war. But everyone knew that Crassus was all eagerness for this, and Caesar wrote to him from Gaul approving of his project and inciting him on to the war. And when Ateius, one of the tribunes of the people, threatened to oppose his leaving the city, and a large party arose which was displeased that anyone should go out to wage war on men who had done the state no wrong, but were in treaty relations with it, then Crassus, in fear, begged Pompey to come to his aid and join in escorting him out of the city. For great was Pompey's reputation with the crowd. And now, when the multitude, drawn up to resist the passage of Crassus and to abuse him, saw Pompey's beaming countenance in front of him, they were mollified and gave way before them in silence. But Ateius, upon meeting Crassus, at first tried to stop him with words, and protested against his advance, and then he bade his attendant seize the person of Crassus and detain him. And when the other tribune would not permit this, the attendant released Crassus, but Ateius ran on ahead to the city gate, placed there a blazing brazier, and when Crassus came up, cast incense and libations upon it, and invoked curses which were dreadful and terrifying in themselves, and were reinforced by sundry strange and dreadful gods whom he summoned and called by name. The Romans say that these mysterious and ancient curses have such power that no one involved in them ever escapes, and misfortune falls also upon the one that utters them, wherefore they are not employed at random, nor by many. And accordingly at this time they find fault with Ateius, because it was for the city's sake that he was angered at Crassus, and yet he had involved the city in curses which awakened much superstitious terror. But Crassus came to Brundisium, and though the sea was still rough with wintry storms, he would not wait, but put out, and so lost a great number of his vessels. With what was left of his forces, however, he hurried on by land through Galatia, and finding that King Deiotarus, who was now a very old man, was founding a new city, he called on him, saying, "O king, you are beginning to build at the 12th hour." The Galatian laughed and said, "But you yourself, Imperator, as I see, are not marching very early in the day against the Parthians." Now Crassus was 60 years old, and over he looked older than his years. On his arrival things went at first as he had hoped, for he easily bridged the Euphrates, and led his army across in safety, and took possession of many cities in Mesopotamia, which came over to him of their own accord. But at one of them, of which Apollonius was tyrant, 100 of his soldiers were slain, whereupon he led up his forces against it, mastered it, plundered its property, and sold its inhabitants into slavery. The city was called Zenodotia by the Greeks. For its capture he allowed his soldiers to salute him as Imperator, therefore incurring much disgrace, and showing himself of a paltry spirit and without good hope for the greater struggles which lay before them, since he was so delighted with a trifling acquisition. After furnishing the cities which had come over to his side with garrisons, which amounted in all to 7,000 men at arms and 1,000 horsemen, he himself withdrew to take up winter quarters in Syria, and await there his son, who was coming from Caesar in Gaul, decorated with the insignias of his deeds of valor, and leading 1,000 picked horsemen. This was thought to be the first blunder which Crassus committed, after the expedition itself, which was the greatest of all his blunders, because when he should have advanced and come into touch with Babylon and Seleucia, cities always hostile to the Parthians, he gave his enemies time for preparation. Then, again, fault was found with him, because his sojourn into Syria was devoted to mercenary rather than military purposes. For he made no estimate of the number of his troops, and instituted no athletic contests for them, but reckoned upon the revenues of the cities, and spent many days weighing exactly the treasures of the goddess in Hierapolis, and prescribed quotas of soldiers for districts and dynasts to furnish, only to remit the prescription when money was offered him, thereby losing their respect and winning their contempt. After the first warning sign came to him from this very goddess, whom some call Venus, others Juno, while others still regard her as the national cause which supplies from moisture the beginnings and seeds of everything, and points out to mankind the source of all blessings. For as they were leaving her temple, first the youthful Crassus stumbled and fell at the gate, and then his father fell over him. No sooner had he begun to assemble his forces from their winter quarters than envoys came to him from Araxes with a wonderfully brief message. They said that if the army had been sent out by the Roman people, it meant war without truce and without treaty; but if this was against the wishes of his country, as they were informed, and for his own private gain, that Crassus had come up in arms against the Parthians and occupied their territory, then Araxes would act with moderation, and would take pity on the old age of Crassus, and release to the Romans the men whom he had under watch and ward, rather than watching over him. To this Crassus boastfully replied that he would give his answer in Seleucia, whereupon the eldest of his envoys, Vagaces, burst out laughing, and said, pointing to the palm of his upturned hand, "O Crassus, hair will grow there before thou shalt see Seleucia." The embassy accordingly rode away to King Hierodes to tell him that there must be war. But from the cities in Mesopotamia, in which the Romans had garrisons, certain men made their escape at great hazard, and brought tidings of serious import. They had been eyewitnesses both of the numbers of the enemy and of their mode of warfare when they attacked the cities, and, as is usual, they exaggerated all the terrors of their report. When the men pursued, they declared, there was no escaping them, and when they fled there was no taking them, and strange missiles are the precursors of their appearance, which pierce through every obstacle before one sees who sent them. And as for the armor of their mail-clad horsemen, some of it is made to force its way through everything, and some of it to give way to nothing. When the soldiers heard this, their courage ebbed away, for they had been fully persuaded that the Parthians were not different at all from the Armenians, or even the Cappadocians, whom Lucullus had robbed and plundered till he was weary of it, and they had thought that the most difficult part of the war would be the long journey and the pursuit of men who would not come to close quarters. But now, contrary to their hopes, they were led to expect a struggle and great peril. Therefore some of the officers thought that Crassus ought to call a halt and reconsider the whole undertaking. Among these was Cassius the quaestor. The seers also quietly let it become known that the omens for Crassus which came from their sacrifices were always bad and inauspicious. But Crassus paid no heed to them, nor to those who advised anything else except to press forward. And most of all Artabazes, the king of Armenia, gave him courage, for he came to his camp with 6,000 horsemen. They were said to be the king's guards and couriers, but he promised 10,000 mail-clad horsemen besides, and 30,000 footmen, to be maintained at his own cost. And he tried to persuade Crassus to invade Parthia by way of Armenia, for thus he would not only lead his forces along in the midst of plenty, which the king himself would provide, but would also proceed with safety, confronting the cavalry of the Parthians, in which lay their sole strength, with many mountains and continuous crests, and regions where the horse would not well serve. Crassus was tolerably well pleased with the king's zeal and the splendid reinforcements which he offered, but said he should march through Mesopotamia, where he had left many brave Romans. Upon this the Armenian rode away. Now as Crassus was taking his army across the Euphrates at Zeugma, many extraordinary peals of thunder crashed about them, and many flashes of lightning also darted in their faces, and a wind, half mist and half hurricane, fell upon their raft, breaking it up and shattering it in many places. The place where he was intending to encamp was also smitten by 2 thunderbolts, and one of the general's horses, richly caparisoned, violently dragged its groom along with it into the river and disappeared beneath the waves. It was said also that the first eagle which was raised aloft faced about of its own accord. Because all of this, it happened that when their rations were distributed to the soldiers after the crossing of the river, lentils and salt came first, which were held by the Romans to be the tokens of mourning, and are also set out as offerings to the dead. Moreover, Crassus himself, while haranguing his men, let fall a phrase which terribly confounded them. He said, namely, that he should destroy the bridge over the river, that not one of them might return. And although he ought, as soon as he perceived the strangeness of his expression, to have recalled it and made his meaning clear to his timorous hearers, he was too obstinate to do so. And finally, when he was making the customary sacrifice of purification for the army, and the seer placed the viziers in his hands, he let them fall to the ground. Then, seeing that the bystanders were beyond measure distressed at the occurrence, he smiled and said, "Such is old age, but no weapons, you may be sure, shall fall from its hands." After this he marched along the river with 7 legions of men-at-arms, nearly 4,000 horsemen, and about as many light-armed troops. Some of his scouts now came back from their explorations, and reported that the country was destitute of men, but that they had come upon the tracks of many horses, which had apparently wheeled about and fled from pursuit. Wherefore Crassus himself was all the more confident, and his soldiers went so far as to despise the Parthians utterly, believing that they should not come to close quarters. But nevertheless Cassius once more held a conference with Crassus, and advised him, above all things, to recuperate his forces in one of the garrisoned cities, until he should get some sure information about the enemy; but if not this, then to advance against Seleucia along the river. For in this way the transports would keep them abundantly supplied with provisions by putting in at their successive encampments, and by having the river to prevent their being surrounded, they would always fight their enemies on even terms and face to face. End of Marcus Licinius Crassus, Part 2. Part 14 of Volume 3 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 3 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, translated by Bernadotte Perrin. Marcus Licinius Crassus, Part 3. While Crassus was still investigating and considering these matters, there came an Arab chieftain, Ariamnes by name, a crafty and treacherous man, and one who proved to be, of all the mischiefs which fortune combined for the destruction of the Romans, the greatest and the most consummate. And some of the soldiers who had served under Pompey in these parts knew that the fellow had profited by the kindness of that commander, and was thought to be a friend of Rome. But now, with the knowledge of the royal generals, he tried to work his way into the confidence of Crassus, to see if he could turn him aside as far as possible from the river and the foothills, and bring him down into the boundless plain, where he could be surrounded. For nothing was further from the thoughts of the Parthians than to attack the Romans in front. Accordingly, coming to Crassus, the barbarian, and he was a plausible talker too, lauded Pompey as his benefactor, and complimented Crassus on his forces. But then he criticized him for wasting time in delays and preparations, as if it was arms that he needed, and not hands and the swiftest of feet to follow after men who had for some time been trying to snatch up their most valuable goods and slaves and fly with them into Scythia or Hyrcania. And yet, said he, if you intend to fight, you ought to hasten on before all the king's forces are concentrated and has regained his courage, since for the time being Surena and Salaces have been thrown forward to sustain your pursuit, but the king is nowhere to be seen. Now all this was false, for Herodes had promptly divided his forces into two parts, and was himself devastating Armenia to punish Artavasdes, while he dispatched Surena to meet the Romans. And this was not because he despised them, as some say, for he could not consistently disdain Crassus as an antagonist, a man who was foremost of all the Romans, and waged war on Artavasdes, and attacking him and taking the villages of Armenia. On the contrary, it seems that he was in great fear of the danger which threatened, and therefore held himself in reserve and watched closely the coming events, while he sent Surena forward to make trial of the enemy in battle and to distract them. Nor was Surena an ordinary man at all, but in wealth, birth, and consideration he stood near the king, while in valor and ability he was the foremost Parthian of his time, besides having no equal in stature and personal beauty. He used to travel on private business with a baggage train of 1,000 camels, and was followed by 200 wagons for his concubines, while 1,000 mail-clad horsemen and a still greater number of light-armed cavalry served as his escort, and he had altogether, as horsemen, vassals, and slaves, no fewer than 10,000 men. Moreover, he enjoyed the ancient and hereditary privilege of being the first to set the crown upon the head of the Parthian king. And when this very Herodes was driven out of Parthia, he restored him to his throne, and captured for him Seleucia the Great, having been the first to mount its walls, and having routed with his own hand his opponents. But though at that time he was not yet 30 years of age, he had the highest reputation for prudence and sagacity, and it was especially by means of these qualities that he had brought Crassus to ruin, who, at first by reason of his boldness and conceit, and then in consequence of his fears and calamities, was an easy victim of deceits. At this time, accordingly, after the barbarian had persuaded Crassus, he drew him away from the river, and led him through the midst of the plains, by a way that was suitable and easy at first, but soon became troublesome, when deep sand succeeded, in plains which had no trees, no water, and no limits anywhere which the eye could reach, so that not only did thirst and the difficulties of the march exhaust the men, but also whatever met their gaze filled them with an obstinate dejection. For they saw no plant, no stream, no projection of sloping hill, and no growing grass, but only sea-like billows of innumerable desert sand-heaps enveloping the army. This of itself was enough to induce suspicion of treachery, and soon messengers came from Artavasdes the Armenian, declaring that he was involved in a great war with Herodes, who had attacked him with an overwhelming force, and could not therefore send Crassus aid, but advised him above all things to turn his course thither, and join the Armenians, and fight the issue out with Hyrodes. But if not this, then to march and encamp always where mountains were near, and cavalry could not operate. Crassus sent no reply in writing, but answered at once in rage and perversity, that for the present he had no time to waste on the Armenians, but that at another time he would come and punish Artavasdes for his treachery. But Cassius was once more greatly displeased, and though he had stopped advising Crassus, who was angry with him, he did privately abuse the barbarian. "Basest of men," he said, "what evil spirit brought you to us? With what drugs and jugglery do you persuade Crassus to pour his army into a yawning and abysmal desert, and follow a route more fit for a robber chief of nomads than for a Roman imperator?" But the barbarian, who was a subtle fellow, tried to encourage them with all servility, and exhorted them to endure yet a little while; and as he ran along by the side of the soldiers and gave them his help, he would laughingly banter with them and say, "Is it through Campania that you think you are marching, yearning for its fountains and streams and shades and baths, to be sure, and taverns? But remember that you are travelling the borderland between Assyria and Arabia." Thus the barbarian played the tutor with the Romans, and rode away before his deceit had become manifest, not, however, without the knowledge of Crassus; nay, he actually persuaded him that he was going to work in his interests, and confound the counsels of his enemies. It is said that on that day Crassus did not make his appearance in a public robe, as is the custom with Roman generals, but in a black one, and that he changed it as soon as he noticed his mistake; also that some of his standard bearers had great difficulty in raising their standards, which seemed to be embedded, as it were, in the earth. Crassus made light of these things, and hurried on the march, compelling the men-at-arms to keep up with the cavalry, until a few of them who had been sent out as scouts came riding up, and announced that the rest of their number had been slain by the enemy, that they themselves had with difficulty escaped, and that their foes were coming up to fight them with a large force and great confidence. All were greatly disturbed, of course, but Crassus was altogether frightened out of his wits, and began to draw up his forces in haste and with no great consistency. At first, as Cassius recommended, he extended the line of his men-at-arms as far as possible along the plain, with little depth, to prevent the enemy from surrounding them, and divided all his cavalry between the two wings. Then he changed his mind, and concentrated his men, forming them in a hollow square of 4 fronts, with 12 cohorts on each side. With each cohort he placed a squadron of horse, that no part of the line might lack cavalry support, but that the whole body might advance to the attack with equal protection everywhere. He gave one of his wings to Cassius, and one to the young Crassus, and took his own position in the center. Advancing in this formation, they came to a stream called Balasus, which was not large, to be sure, nor plentiful, but at this time the soldiers were delighted to see it in the midst of the drought heat, and after their previous toilsome march without water. Most of the officers, accordingly, thought they ought to bivouac and spend the night there, and after learning as much as they could of the number and disposition of the enemy, to advance against them at daybreak. But Crassus was carried away by the eagerness of his son and the cavalry with him, who urged him to advance and give battle, and he therefore ordered that the men who needed it should drink and eat as they stood in the ranks. And before they were all well done with this, he led them on, not slowly, nor halting from time to time, as it is usual on the way to battle, but with a quick and sustained pace, until the enemy came into sight, who, to the surprise of the Romans, appeared to be neither numerous nor formidable. For Surena had veiled his main force behind his advance guard, and concealed the gleams of their armor by ordering them to cover themselves with robes and skins. But when they were near the Romans, and the signal was raised by their commander, first of all they filled the plain with the sound of a deep and terrifying roar. For the Parthians do not incite themselves to battle with horns or trumpets, but they have hollow drums of distended hide, covered with bronze bells, and on these they all beat at once, in many quarters, and the instruments gave forth low and dismal tone, a blend of a wild beast's roar and harsh thunder peal. They had rightly judged that, for all the senses, hearing is the one most apt to confound the soul, soonest rouses its emotions, and most effectively unseats the judgment. While the Romans were in consternation at this din, suddenly their enemies dropped the coverings of their armor, and were seen to be themselves blazing in helmets and breastplates, their Margianian steel glittering keen and bright, and their horses clad in plates of bronze and steel. Surena himself, however, was the tallest and fairest of them all, although his effeminate beauty did not well correspond to his reputation for valor, but he was dressed more in the Median fashion, with painted face and parted hair, while the rest of the Parthians still wore their hair long, and bunched over their foreheads in Scythian fashion, to make themselves look formidable. And at first they proposed to charge upon the Romans with their long spears, and throw their front ranks into confusion. But when they saw the depth of their formations, where shield was linked with shield, and the firmness and composure of the men, they drew back, and while seeming to break their ranks and disperse, they surrounded the hollow sphere, in which their enemy stood before he was aware of the maneuver. And when Crassus ordered his light armored troops to make a charge, they did not advance far, but encountering a multitude of arrows, abandoned their undertaking, and ran back for shelter amongst the men-at-arms, among whom they caused the beginning of disorder and fear, for those now saw the velocity and force of the arrows, which fractured armor and tore their way through every covering alike, whether hard or soft. But the Parthians now stood at long intervals from one another, and began to shoot their arrows from all sides at once, not with any accurate aim, for the dense formation of the Romans would not suffer an archer to miss his man even if he wished it, but making vigorous and powerful shots from bows which were large and mighty, and curved so as to discharge their missiles with great force. At once, then, the plight of the Romans was a grievous one, for if they kept their ranks, they were wounded in great numbers, and if they tried to come to close quarters with the enemy, they were just as far from effecting anything, and suffered just as much. For the Parthians shot as they fled, and, next to the Scythians, they do this most effectively, and it is a very clever thing to seek safety while still fighting, and to take away the shame of flight. Now, as long as they had hopes that the enemy would exhaust their missiles and desist from battle, or fight at close quarters, the Romans held out, but when they perceived that many camels laden with arrows were at hand, from which the Parthians, who first encircled them, took a fresh supply, then Crassus, seeing no end to this, began to lose heart, and sent messengers to his son with orders to force an engagement with the enemy before he was surrounded. For it was his wing especially which the enemy were attacking, and surrounding with their cavalry, in the hope of getting in his rear. Accordingly, the young man took 1,300 horsemen, of whom 1,000 had come from Caesar, 500 archers, and 8 cohorts of the men-at-arms who were nearest him, and led them all to the charge. But the Parthians, who were trying to envelop him, either because, as some say, they encountered marshes, or because they were maneuvering to attack Publius as far as possible from his father, wheeled about and made off. Then Publius, shouting that the men did not stand their ground, rode after them, and with him Censorinus and Megabacchus, the latter distinguished for his courage and strength, Censorinus a man of senatorial dignity and a powerful speaker, and both of them comrades of Publius and nearly of the same age. The cavalry followed after Publius, and even the infantry kept pace with them in the zeal and joy which their hopes inspired, for they thought they were victorious in pursuit of the enemy, until, after they had gone forward a long distance, they perceived the ruse, for the seeming fugitives wheeled about, and were joined at the same time by others more numerous still. Then the Romans halted, supposing that the enemy would come to close quarters with them, since they were so few in number. But the Parthians stationed their mail-clad horsemen in front of the Romans, and then with the rest of their cavalry in loose array rode around them, tearing up the surface of the ground, and raising from the depths great heaps of sand, which fell in limitless showers of dust, so that the Romans could neither see clearly nor speak plainly, but, being crowded into a narrow compass, and falling upon one another, were shot, and died no easy or even speedy death. For in the agonies of convulsive pain, and writhing about the arrows, they would break them off in their wounds, and then, in trying to pull out by force the barbed heads which had pierced their veins and sinews, they tore and disfigured themselves the more. Thus many died, and the survivors were incapacitated for fighting. And when Publius urged them to charge the enemy's mail-clad horsemen, they showed them that their hands were riveted to their shields, and their feet nailed through and through to the ground, so that they were helpless either for flight or for self-defense. Publius himself accordingly cheered on his cavalry, made a vigorous charge with them, and closed with the enemy. But his struggle was an unequal one, both offensively and defensively, for his thrusting was done with small and feeble spears against the breastplates of raw hide and steel, whereas the thrusts of the enemies were made with pikes against the lightly equipped and unprotected bodies of the Gauls, since it was upon these that Publius chiefly relied. And with these he did indeed work wonders, for they laid hold of the long spears of the Parthians, and grappling with the men, pushed them from their horses, hard as it was to move them owing to the weight of their armor, and many of the Gauls forsook their own horses, and crawling under those of the enemy, stabbed them in the belly. These would rear up in their anguish, and die trampling on the riders and foemen indiscriminately mingled. But the Gauls were distressed above all things by the heat and the thirst, to both of which they were unused, and most of their horses had perished by being driven against the long spears. They were therefore compelled to retire among the men-at-arms, taking with them Publius, who was severely wounded. And, seeing a sandy hillock near by, they all retired to it, and fastened their horses in the center. Then, locking their shields together on the outside, they thought they could more easily defend themselves against the barbarians. But it turned out the other way, for on level ground the front ranks do, to some extent, afford relief to those who are behind them. But here, where the inequality of the ground raised one man above the other, and lifted every man who was behind another into greater prominence, there was no such thing as escape, but they were all alike hit with arrows, and bewailing their inglorious and ineffectual death. Now there were with Publius 2 Greeks, of those who dwelt near by in Carrhae, Hieronymus and Nicomachus. These joined in trying to persuade him to slip away with them and make their escape to Icnae, a city which had espoused the Roman cause and was not far off. But Publius, declaring that no death could have such terrors for him as to make him desert those who were perishing on his account, ordered them to save their own lives, bade them farewell, and dismissed them. Then he himself, being unable to use his hand, which had been pierced through with an arrow, presented his side to his shield-bearer, and offered him to strike home with his sword. In like manner also Censorinus is said to have died. But Megabaccus took his own life, and so did the other most notable men. The survivors fought on till the Parthians mounted the hill, and transfixed them with their long spears, and they say that not more than 500 men were taken alive. Then the Parthians cut off the head of Publius, and rode off at once to attack Crassus. His situation was as follows. After ordering his son to charge the Parthians, and receiving tidings that the enemy were routed to a great distance and hotly pursued, and after noticing also that his own immediate opponents were no longer pressing him so hard, since most of them had streamed away to where Publius was, he recovered a little courage, and drawing his troops together, posted them for safety on sloping ground, in immediate expectation that his son would return from the pursuit. Of the messengers sent by Publius to his father, when he began to be in danger, the first fell in with the barbarians and was slain. The next made their way through with difficulty, and reported that Publius was lost, unless he received speedy and abundant aid from his father. And now Crassus was a prey to many conflicting emotions, and no longer looked at anything with calm judgment. His fear for the whole army drove him to refuse, and at the same time his yearning love for his son impelled him to grant assistance, and at last he began to move his forces forward. At this point, however, the enemy came up with clamor and battle cries which made them more fearful than ever, and again many of their drums began bellowing about the Romans, who awaited the beginning of a second battle. Besides, these of the enemy who carried the head of Publius fixed high upon a spear rode close up and displayed it, scornfully asking after his parents and family, for surely, they said, it was not meet that Crassus, most base and cowardly of men, should be a father of a son so noble and of such splendid valor. This spectacle shattered and unstrung the spirits of the Romans, more than all the rest of their terrible experiences, and they were all filled, not with a passion for revenge, as was to have been expected, but with shuddering and trembling. And yet Crassus, as they say, showed more brilliant qualities in that awful hour than ever before, for he went up and down the ranks, saying, "Mine, O Romans, is this sorrow, and mine alone, but the great fortune and glory of Rome abide unbroken and unconquered in you, who are alive and safe. And now, if ye have any pity for me, thus bereft of the noblest of sons, show it by your wrath against the enemy, rob them of their joy, avenge their cruelty, be not cast down at what has happened, for it must needs be that those who aim at great deeds should also suffer greatly. It was not without bloody losses that even Lucullus overthrew Tigranes, or Scipio Antiochus, and our fathers of old lost 1,000 ships off Sicily, and in Italy many imperators and generals. Not one of them, by his defeat, prevented them from afterwards mastering his conquerors. For it was not by good fortune merely that the Roman state reached its present plenitude of power, but by the patient endurance and valor of those who faced dangers in its behalf." End of Marcus Licinius Crassus, Part 3. Part 15 of Volume 3 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 3 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, translated by Bernadotte Perrin. Marcus Licinius Crassus, Part 4. Even as he spoke such words of encouragement, Crassus saw that not many of his men listened with any eagerness. But when he also bade them to raise the battle cry, he discovered how despondent his army was. So weak, feeble, and uneven was the shout that they made, while that which came from the barbarians was clear and bold. Then, as the enemy got to work, their light cavalry rode round on the flanks of the Romans and shot them with arrows, while the mail-clad horsemen in front, plying their long spears, kept driving them together into a narrow space, except those who, to escape death from the arrows, made bold to rush despondently upon their foes. These did little damage, but met with a speedy death from great and fatal wounds, since the spear which the Parthians thrust into their horses was heavy with steel, and often had impetus enough to pierce through 2 men at once. After fighting in this manner till night came on, the Parthians withdrew, saying that they would grant Crassus 1 night in which to bewail his son, unless, with a better regard for his own interests, he should consent to go to Arasces instead of being carried there. The Parthians then bivouacked near by, and were in high hopes, but it was a grievous night for the Romans. They took no steps to bury their dead, nor to care for their wounded and dying, but every man was lamenting his own fate. Escape seemed impossible, whether they waited there for day to come or plunged by night into a limitless plain. And their wounded caused them much perplexity. They were sure to impede flight if they were carried away, and if they were left behind, their cries would herald to the enemy the retreat of their companions. Although the soldiers held Crassus to blame for all their ills, still they yearned to see his face and hear his voice. But he was lying on the ground by himself, enveloped in darkness. To the multitude an illustration of the ways of fortune, but to the wise an example of foolish ambition, which would not let him rest satisfied to be the first and greatest among many myriads of men, but made him think, because he was judged inferior to 2 men only, that he lacked everything. At this time, then, Octavius, the legate, and Cassius tried to rouse him up and encourage him. But since he was in utter despair, they called together on their own authority the centurions and captains, and when they had decided, upon deliberation, not to remain where they were, they put the army in motion without trumpet signal, and in silence at first. Then the sick and wounded perceived that their comrades were abandoning them, and dreadful disorder and confusion, accompanied by groans and shouts, filled the camp. And after this, as they tried to advance, disorder and panic seized upon them, for they felt sure that the enemy was coming against them. Frequently they would change their course, frequently they would form in order of battle. Some of the wounded who followed them had to be taken up, and others to be laid down, and so all were delayed, except 300 horsemen under Ignatius, who reached Carrhae about midnight. Ignatius hailed the sentinels on the walls in the Roman tongue, and when they answered, ordered them to tell Coponius, their commander, that there had been a great battle between Crassus and the Parthians. Then, without another word, and without even telling who he was, he rode off to Zeugma. He saved himself and his men, but got a bad name for deserting his general. However, the message shouted to Coponius at that time was of some advantage to Crassus. For Coponius, concluding that the haste and brevity of the message argued a bearer of no good news, ordered his men to arm forthwith, and as soon as he learned that Crassus was on the march, he went out to meet him, relieved him, and escorted his army into the city. During the night the Parthians, although they were aware of the flight of the Romans, did not pursue, but as soon as day came they attacked and slaughtered those who had been left behind in the Roman camp, to the number of 4,000, and then rode about and seized many who were wandering in the plain. 4 cohorts together, also, which Vargontinus, the legate, had suffered to get detached from the main body while it was still dark, and which had lost their way, were surrounded on a sort of hill, and cut to pieces as they fought, all except 20 men. The Parthians, admiring these men, who tried to push their way through them with drawn swords, made way for them, and suffered them to pass through and march deliberately to Carrhae. A false report now reached Surena that Crassus, along with the men of highest rank, had made his escape, and that the fugitives who had streamed into Carrhae were a mixed rabble unworthy of his notice. Supposing, therefore, that he had lost the fruits of his victory, but being still in doubt and wishing to learn the truth, in order that he might either wait there and lay siege to Crassus in the city, or else let Carrhae alone and pursue him, he sent one of his attendants, who could speak both languages, up to the walls, with orders to call out in the Roman tongue for Crassus himself, or Cassius, saying that Surena wished to have a conference with them. The interpreter gave this message, and when it was reported to Cassius, he accepted the invitation. A little while afterwards there came from the barbarians some Arabs, who knew Crassus and Cassius well by sight, having been in their camp before the battle. When these men saw Cassius on the wall, they said that Surena proposed a truce, and offered them safe conduct if they would be friends of the king and leave Mesopotamia. For this he saw was more advantageous to both parties than any resort to extreme measures. Cassius accepted the proposal, and asked that time and place be fixed for a conference between Surena and Crassus. The men said that this should be done, and rode away. Now Surena was delighted that the men were where he could besiege them, and when day came he led his Parthians up against the city. With many insults they ordered the Romans, if they wished to obtain a truce, to deliver Crassus and Cassius into their hands in fetters. The Romans were distressed to find themselves deceived, and telling Crassus to abandon his distant and vain hopes of aid from the Armenians, prepared for flight, of which none of the men of Carrhae were to know of beforehand. But Andromachus, the most faithless of men, learned of it, for Crassus not only confided the secret to him, but made him the guide for the journey. Accordingly everything was known to the Parthians, for Andromachus reported to them all the details. But since it was not the custom, and not so easy for the Parthians to fly by night, and since Crassus set out by night, Andromachus, by leading the fugitives, now by one route and now by the other, contrived that the pursuers should not be left far behind, and finally he diverted the march into deep marshes and regions full of ditches, thus making it difficult and circuitous for those who still followed him. For there were some who conjectured that the twisting and turning of Andromachus boded no good, and therefore did not follow him. Cassius indeed went back again to Carrhae, and when his guides, who were Arabs, urged him to wait there until the moon had passed the Scorpion, he said that he feared the archer even more than the Scorpion, and rode off into Syria with 500 horsemen. and others too, employing trusty guides, reached a hill country named Sinaca, and established themselves in safety before day came. These were about 5,000 men, and they were led by Octavius, a brave man. But day found Crassus a prey to the wiles of Andromachus, in the difficult places and the marsh. There were with him 4 cohorts of men at arms, a few horsemen all told, and 5 lictors. With these he got back into the road, with great difficulty, and when the enemy at once pressed upon him, and since he was about 20 furlongs short of the junction with Octavius, he took refuge on another hill, not so difficult for cavalry, nor yet so strong a position, but one that lay below Sinaca, and was connected with it by a long ridge running through the midst of the plain. His danger was therefore to be seen by Octavius, and Octavius ran first with a few men to bring him aid from the higher ground. Then the rest of his men, reproaching themselves with cowardice, plunged forward, and falling upon the enemy, and sweeping them from the hill, enveloped Crassus round about, and covered him with their shields, boldly declaring that no Parthian missile should smite their imperator till they had all died fighting in his defence. And now Surena, observing that his Parthians were already less impetuous in their attacks, and that if night should come on and the Romans should reach the hills, it would be altogether impossible to capture them, brought a stratagem to bear on Crassus. Some of his Roman captives were first released, who, while in his camp, had heard the barbarians saying to one another, as they had been ordered to do, that the king did not wish the war between him and the Romans to be waged relentlessly, but preferred to regain their friendship by doing them the favor of treating Crassus kindly. Then the barbarians ceased fighting, and Surena with his chief officers rode quietly up to the hill, unstrung his bow, held out his right hand, and invited Crassus to come to terms, saying, "I have put your valor and power to the test against the wishes of the king, who now, of his own accord, shows you the mildness and friendliness of his feelings by offering you to make a truce, if you will withdraw, and by affording you the means of safety." When Surena said this, the rest of the Romans eagerly accepted his proposal, and were full of joy. But Crassus, whose every discomfiture at the hands of the barbarians had been due to fraud, and who thought the suddenness of their change a strange thing, would not reply, but took the matter into consideration. His soldiers, however, cried out and urged him to accept, then fell to abusing and reviling him for putting them forward to fight men with whom he himself had not the courage to confer even when they came unarmed. At first he tried entreaties and arguments. If they would hold out for what was left of the day, during the night they could reach the mountains and rough country, and he showed them the road thither, and exhorted them not to abandon hope when safety was so near. But when they grew angry with him, and clashed their arms together, and threatening him, then he was terrified, and began to go towards Surena. As he went, however, he turned and said, "Octavius and Petronius, and ye other Roman commanders here present, ye see that I go not because I must, and ye are the eyewitnesses of the shameful violence I suffer. But tell the world, if ye get safely home, that Crassus perished because he was deceived by his enemies, and not because he was delivered up to them by his countrymen." Octavius, however, and those about him did not remain, but went down from the hill with Crassus. The lictors who were following him, Crassus drove back. The first of the barbarians to meet him were 2 half-breed Greeks, who leapt from their horses and made obeisance to him. Then, addressing him in the Greek tongue, they urged him to send a party forward to assure themselves that Surena and those about him were advancing to the conference without armor and without weapons. Crassus replied that if he had the least concern for his life, he would not have come into their hands. But nevertheless he sent 2 Roscii, brothers, to inquire on what terms and in what numbers they should hold their meeting. These men were promptly seized and detained by Surena, while he himself with his chief officers advanced on horseback, saying, "What is this? The Roman imperator on foot, while we are mounted?" Then he ordered a horse to be brought for Crassus. And when Crassus answered that neither of them was at fault, since each was following the custom of his country in this meeting, Surena said that for that moment there was a truce and peace between King Hyrodes and the Romans, but it was necessary to go forward to the river Euphrates, and there have the contracts put in writing. "For you Romans, at least," said he, "are not very mindful of agreements." and he held out his right hand to Crassus. Then when Crassus proposed to send for a horse, Surena said that there was no need of it, "for the king offers you this one." At the same time a horse with gold-studded bridle stood at Crassus's side, and the grooms lifted Crassus up and mounted him, and then ran along by him, quickening his horse's pace with blows. Octavius was first to seize the bridle, and after him Petronius, one of the legionary tribunes. Then the rest of the Romans in the party surrounded the horse, trying to stop him, and dragging away those who crowded in upon Crassus on either side. Scuffling followed, and a tumult, then blows. Octavius drew his sword and slew the groom of one of the barbarians, but another smote Octavius down from behind. Petronius had no offensive weapons, but when he was struck on the breastplate, leapt down from his horse unwounded. Crassus was killed by a Parthian named Pomazathres. Some, however, say that it was not this man, but another who killed Crassus, and that this man cut off the head and right hand of Crassus as he lay upon the ground. These details, however, are matters of conjecture rather than of knowledge, for of the Romans who were present there and fighting about Crassus, some were slain, and others fled back to the hill. Thither the Parthians came, and said that as for Crassus, he had met with his deserts, but that Surena ordered the rest of the Romans to come down without fear. Thereupon some of them went down and delivered themselves, but the rest scattered during the night, and of those a very few made their escape, and the rest of them were hunted down by the Arabs, captured and cut to pieces. In the whole campaign 20,000 are said to have been killed, and 10,000 to have been taken alive. Surena now took the head and hand of Crassus, and sent them to Hirodes in Armenia, but he himself sent word by messengers to Seleucia that he was bringing Crassus there alive, and prepared a laughable sort of procession, which he insultingly called a triumph. That one of his captives, who bore the greatest likeness to Crassus, Gaius Pacianus, put on a woman's royal robe, and under instructions to answer to the name of Crassus, and to the title of Imperator when so addressed, was conducted along on horseback. Before him rode trumpeters and a few lictors borne on camels. From the fasces of the lictors purses were suspended, and to their axes were fastened Roman heads newly cut off. Behind these followed courtesans of Seleucia, musicians who sang many scurrilous and ridiculous songs about the effeminacy and cowardice of Crassus, and these things were for all to see. But before the assembled senate of Seleucia, Surena brought licentious books of the Milisacia of Aristides, and in this manner at least there was no falsehood on his part, for the books were found in the baggage of Roscius, and gave Surena occasion to heap much insulting ridicule upon the Romans, since they could not, even when going to war, let such subjects and writings alone. The people of Seleucia, however, appreciated the wisdom of Aesop when they saw Surena with a wallet of obscenities from the Milisacia in front of him, but trailing behind him a Parthian Sybaris on so many wagon loads of concubines. After a fashion, his train was a counterpart to the fabled Echidnae and Scytalae among serpents, by showing its conspicuous and forward portions fearful and savage, with spears, archery, and horse, but trailing off in the rear of the line into dances, cymbals, lutes, and nocturnal revels with women. Roscius was certainly culpable, but it was shameless that the Parthians to find fault with the Milisacia, when many of the royal line of their Eriscadae were sprung from Milesian and Ionian courtesans. While this was going on, it happened that Hirodes was at last reconciled with Artavasdes the Armenian, and agreed to receive the latter's sister as wife for his son Pacorus. And there were reciprocal banquets and drinking bouts, at which many Greek compositions were introduced, for Hirodes was well acquainted both with the Greek language and literature, and Artavasdes actually composed tragedies and wrote orations and histories, some of which are preserved. Now when the head of Crassus was brought to the king's door, the tables had been removed, and a tragic actor, Jason by name, of Tralles, was singing that part of the Bacchae of Euripides where Agave is about to appear. While he was receiving his applause, Silices stood at the door of the banqueting hall, and after a low obeisance, cast the head of Crassus into the center of the company. The Parthians lifted it up with the clapping of hands and shouts of joy, and at the king's bidding his servants gave Selaces a seat at the banquet. Then Jason handed his costume of Pentheus to one of the chorus, seized the head of Crassus, and assuming the role of the frenzied Agave, sang these verses, though as if inspired: "We bring from the mountain a tendril fresh cut to the palace, a wonderful prey." This delighted everybody, but when the following dialogue with the chorus was chanted: Chorus: "Who slew him?" Agave: "Mine is the honor." Pomazartes, who happened to be one of the banqueters, sprang up and laid hold of the head, feeling that it was more appropriate for him to say this than for Jason. The king was delighted, and bestowed upon Pomazartes the customary gifts, while to Jason he gave a talent. With such farce as this the expedition of Crassus is said to have closed, just like a tragedy. However, worthy punishment overtook both Hirodes for his cruelty and Surena for his treachery. For not long after this Hirodes became jealous of the reputation of Surena and put him to death. And after Hirodes had lost his son Pacorus, who was defeated in battle by the Romans and had fallen into a disease which resulted in dropsy, his son Phraates plotted against his life and gave him aconite. And when the disease absorbed the poison so that it was thrown off with it, and the patient thereby relieved, Phraates took the shortest path and strangled his father. End of Marcus Licinius Crassus. Part 16 of Volume 3 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 3 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, translated by Bernadotte Perrin. Comparison of Nicias and Crassus. In comparing the men, first, the wealth of Nicias was acquired in a more blameless manner than that of Crassus. For although it is true that the working of mines cannot be highly regarded, since most of it is carried out by employing malefactors or barbarians, some of whom are kept in chains and done to death in damp and unwholesome places, still when compared to the public confiscations of Sulla, and the making of contracts when fire is raging, it will appear in the more favorable light. For Crassus openly utilized these opportunities as men do agriculture and money-lending. And as for the practices which he denied when on trial, namely, taking bribes for his voice in the Senate, wronging the allies, circumventing weak women with his flatteries, and aiding base men to cloak their iniquities, no such charges, even though false, were ever made against Nicias. Nay, he was rather laughed at for spending his money lavishly on informers out of cowardice, a practice unbecoming, perhaps, in a Pericles and an Aristides, but necessary for him, since he was not well stocked with courage. And for this practice Lycurgus, the orator, in later times, boldly took to himself credit before the people, when accused of buying up one of these informers. "I am glad indeed," he said, "that after such a long political career among you, I have been detected in giving rather than receiving money." As for their outlays of money, Nicias was more public-spirited in his noble ambition to make offerings to the gods, and provide the people with gymnastic exhibitions and trained choruses. And yet his whole estate, together with his expenditures, was not a tithe of what Crassus expended, when he feasted so many myriads of men at once, and then furnished them with food afterwards. I am therefore amazed that anyone should fail to perceive that vice is a sort of inequality and incongruity of character, when he sees men amassing money shamefully and squandering it uselessly. So much regarding their wealth. And now, in their political careers, no chicanery, nor injustice, no violence, nor harshness attaches to Nicias, but he was deceived the rather by Alcibiades, and made his appeals to the people with too much caution. Whereas Crassus is accused of much ungenerous faithlessness in his vacillations between friends and enemies. And as for violence, he himself cannot deny that when he stood for the consulship he hired men to lay hands on Cato and Domitius. and in the assembly which voted on the allotment of the provinces many were wounded and 4 killed, and Crassus himself (a fact which escapes us in the narrative of his life), when Lucius Annalenus, a senator, was speaking in opposition, smote him in the face with his fist, and drove him bleeding from the forum. But if Crassus was violent and tyrannical in these matters, Nicias went to the other extreme. His timidity and cowardice in the public service, and his subservience to the basest men, deserves the severest censure. Crassus, indeed, showed a certain loftiness and largeness of spirit in this regard, for he contended not with men like Cleon and Hyperbolus, far from it, but against the brilliant Caesar and against Pompey with his 3 triumphs. And he did not shrink from their path, but made himself a match for each in power, and in the dignity of his censorial office actually surpassed Pompey. For in the supreme struggles of a political career, one must not adopt a course which awakens no envy, but one which dazzles men, throwing envy into the shadow by the greatness of one's power. But if, like Nicias, you set your heart above all else on security and quiet, and fear Alcibiades on the Bema, and the Lacedaemonians at Pylos, and Perdiccas in Thrace, then there is ample room in the city where you sit at leisure, removed from all activity, and weaving for yourself, as sundry sophists say, a crown of tranquillity. His love of peace, indeed, had something godlike about it, and his putting a stop to the war was a political achievement most truly Hellenic in its scope. And because Nicias did this, Crassus is not worthy of comparison with him, nor would he have been made even though in his ardor he had made the Caspian Sea or the Indian Ocean a boundary of the Roman Empire. When, however, a man wields superior power in a city which is open to the appeals of virtue, he should not give a footing to the base, nor command to those who are no commanders at all, nor confidence to those who deserve no confidence. But this is just what Nicias did when, of his own motion, he sent Cleon in command of the army, a man who was nothing more to the city than a shameless brawler from the Bema. I do not, indeed, commend Crassus, in the war with Spartacus, for pressing forward into action with greater speed than safety, although it was natural for a man of his ambition to fear that Pompey would come and rob him of his glory, just as Mummius had robbed Metellus of Corinth. But the conduct of Nicias was altogether strange and terrible, for it was not while it afforded him good hopes of success or even of ease that he renounced his ambition to hold the command in favor of his enemy, but when he saw that his generalship involved him in great peril, then he was content to betray the common good at the price of his own safety. And yet Themistocles, during the Persian wars, to prevent a worthless and senseless man from ruining the city as one of its generals, bought him off from the office, and Cato stood for the tribuneship when he saw that it would involve him in the greatest toil and danger in behalf of the city. Nicias, on the other hand, kept himself in command against Minoa and Cythera and the wretched Melians, but when it was necessary to fight the Lacedaemonians, stripped off his general's cloak, handed over to the inexperience and rashness of Cleon ships, men, arms, and a command requiring the utmost experience, and so betrayed not only his own reputation, but also the security and safety of his own country. Wherefore he was afterwards forced, against his will and inclination, to wage war on Syracuse, for it was thought to be of no calculation of what was expedient, but merely his love of ease and lack of spirit which made him use all his efforts to rob the city of Sicily. There is, however, this proof of his great reasonableness, namely, that although he was always averse to war and avoided military command, the Athenians ceased not to elect him to it, believing him to be their most experienced and best general; whereas Crassus, though he was all the while eager for military command, did not succeed in getting it except in the servile war, and then of necessity, because Pompey and Metellus and both of the Luculli were away. And yet by that time he had acquired the greatest honor and influence in the city. But it would seem that even his best friends thought him, in the words of the comic poet, the bravest warrior everywhere but in the field. And yet this did not prevent the Romans from being overwhelmed by his ambitious love of command. For the Athenians sent Nicias out to war against his will, but the Romans were led out by Crassus against theirs. it was owing to Crassus that his city, but to his city that Nicias, suffered misfortune. However, in this there is more ground for praising Nicias than for blaming Crassus. The former brought into play the experience and calculation of a wise leader, and did not share the deceitful hopes of his fellow citizens, but insisted that it was beyond his power to take Sicily, whereas Crassus made the mistake of entering upon the Parthian war as a very easy undertaking. And yet his aims were high. While Caesar was subduing the West, Gaul, Germany, and Britain, he insisted on marching against the East in India, and on completing the reduction of Asia which had been begun by Pompey and Lucullus. Now these were men of good intentions, and honorably disposed towards all, and yet they elected the same course as Crassus, and adopted the same principles. For Pompey met with opposition from the Senate when his province was allotted to him, and when Caesar routed 300,000 Germans, Cato moved in the Senate that he should be delivered up to those whom he had vanquished, and so bring upon his own head the punishment for his breach of faith. But the people turned contemptuously from Cato, sacrificed to the gods for 15 days in honor of Caesar's victory, and were full of joy. What, then, would have been their feelings, and for how many days would they have sacrificed to the gods, if Crassus had written to them from Babylon that he was victorious, and had overrun Media, Persia, Hyrcania, Susa, and Bactria, and delivered them Roman provinces? For if wrong must be done, as Euripides says, when men cannot keep quiet, and know not how to enjoy contentedly the blessings which they already have, then let it not be made in raiding Scandia or Mende, or in beating up the fugitive Aeginetans, who have forsaken their own, and hidden themselves away like birds in another territory. But let a high praise be demanded for the wrongdoing, and not let justice be thrown to the winds lightly, nor on the first best terms, as if it were some trifling or insignificant thing. Those who have praise for Alexander's expedition, but blame for that of Crassus, unfairly judge of a beginning by its end. As to the actual conduct of their expeditions, Nicias has not a little to his credit, for he conquered his enemies in many battles, and barely missed taking Syracuse, and not all his failures were due to himself, but they might be ascribed to his disease and the jealousy of his fellow citizens at home. But Crassus made so many blunders that he gave fortune no chance to favor him. We may not therefore wonder that his imbecility succumbed to the power of the Parthians, but rather that it prevailed over the usual good fortune of the Romans. Since one of them was wholly given to divination, and the other wholly neglected it, and both alike perished, it is hard to draw a safe conclusion from the premises. But failure from caution, going hand in hand with ancient and prevalent opinion, is more reasonable than lawlessness and obstinacy. In his end, however, Crassus was the less worthy of reproach. He did not surrender himself, nor was he bound, nor yet beguiled, but yielded to the entreaties of his friends, and fell a prey to the perfidy of his enemies. Whereas Nicias was led by the hope of a shameful and inglorious safety to put himself into the hands of his enemies, thereby making his death a greater disgrace for him. End of comparison of Nicias with Crassus. And end of Volume 3 of Plutarch's Parallel Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans, translated by Bernadotte Perrin.